Hello class, hello everyone. Welcome, welcome. It is good to see you all. How are we? How have you been since the last time we talked? I am so happy to see you all on the eve of December and the start of Self-Care December, our special themed month. And thank you so much for the contribution, Almost Pirate, for our monthly stretch goal of channel point redeems, our gold stars, and Ivy as well.
Thank you for miraculously curing me venereal disease.
That is true. I do remember that happening in our last session where we played Board Game Online. Yes, yes. You're welcome. I have been doing pretty well since the last time we played. A little bit busy, a little bit flustered getting ready for my trip this weekend to the convention. But I'm so happy that we have this time tonight to kick off our themed month right. Tonight, as we know, it is for sleep health, and I hope I can provide you with some practical and helpful tips on improving your sleep before we roll into Ace Attorney. Yes, yes. But as I said, how is everyone? As you roll on in and get to your seats before I take attendance, how are we? Is the volume okay? Pirate is playing Fashion Ring while watching stream. That's interesting. Oh, Ivy, you wish you could go with me to the convention. That's all right. I know you have a lot going on, and I hope that maybe we can get to a convention together soon. Now, Pirate, you have lots of vacation for December. That is fantastic. That is always a good feeling to roll into the holiday month, knowing that you have some time coming off. Yes, yes. I can't believe it is already December. The year has flown by so quickly. I hope that some of what we do this month will help ease the holiday stress. Yes, yes. Since we've had some contributions already to the stretch goal, the community goal of channel point redeems, our gold stars, as it were. Yes, indeed, I will play, at your request, Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm not much for that type of game, but it is something that people want to see me play, so I will play it if you reach the community goal. Yes, yes. Before we get started, of course, as well, make sure to make sure that you stay hydrated throughout the stream. I will do so as well. Let's see. What is our... Oh, Noma. You feel the need to disclaim that I don't actually have the reflexes for FNAF? That's probably true. Perhaps that will make it more enjoyable for you to watch me struggle and suffer, as I have throughout Elden Ring. Yes, yes. Oh, I can survive some stuff the first time just through reflexes? I'll probably have to rely on you, my faithful students, to help me out through that. Oh, and they're so sticky this time, Aurora. 5 spitballs right off the bat. Oh, I have to clean myself off before we can even begin. Throw plane, throw plane. Oh, well. So we have our daily jokes. Our daily jokes. Since we're talking about sleep, let's see. What does the gingerbread man sleep on? Oh. Look out for that flipped desk. Aurora, are we having some trouble? Are we being disruptive? Because I'll have to move your clip down on our behavior chart. Oh, a gingerbread, Ivy? That's a good guess. I think that's probably a better punchline than the one I was going to have, which was on cookie sheets. However, let's get to the game room here quickly. There we are. That one hurt inside, Bit Shepherd? I can imagine why. But we need to take a look at our behavior chart, don't we, class? Let's review, class, where you have all fallen on the behavior chart. As we know, seals eat fish remains in teacher's pet category, of course. Caramel Bandit, Almost Pirate, Bit Shepherd, Nomaken, Shiko Namiva, and Mousy Prince are all still in good noodle territory. Rao and Aurora the Princess are in Monkey Wrench territory. And our single bad noodle, Punished Bags, incidentally our moderator. We can't have bad behavior from our moderators, class. We're going to have to encourage him to improve his behavior. I won't move you down, Aurora, just yet. Well, Seraph Dreams, I will make your clip right now. And new students, of course, start in good noodle territory. All new students are good noodles at first. Let me bring up your new clip that I will be making. Noma suggests that we rewrite our social contract. We could possibly do that. We should, in fact, collectively make our rules. Just one moment. Ah, yes. Seraph Dreams, you are now officially on the board as a good noodle. And I'll bring that up just now. There you are. There you are in good noodle territory. And thank you for the gold stars, Noma, or Ivy. Thank you, thank you. And welcome, Seraph. It is good to have you in our class. Thank you for joining. Anyone who wants to be a part of the behavior chart can just ask and I will put your clip on it. This evening, of course, after our little chats here, I'll go into our sleep health discussion, and then we will visit with our class pets, our ferrets, Smokey and Ori, and then we will play some Ace Attorney. We'll continue on the fourth trial, I believe, the fourth case. Yes, yes. As we await the few last stragglers to come on in. So, one thing that I have been teaching lately is nutrition. And I've been talking about school lunches and talking to students about how they can make better choices about the school lunches and advocate for better food being provided in their class. What was your favorite food that they offered in your school lunches? Was it that flat pizza? Was it taco day? Did they give you anything that was actually good? Oh, chicken patties, Seraph. That actually sounds rather healthy for a school meal. Nachos, Ivy, when they had nacho day. Oh, but Shepherd, in junior high they had warm salted bagels and cream cheese. That sounds a lot fancier than anything I was ever given in school lunch. Yes, Seraph, I am jealous as well. Never mind me, as I am just getting things set up behind the scenes here. Ivy, you didn't usually eat the school lunches? You brought a sandwich from home or something like that? I can understand that, especially just waiting for Friday's nachos. Let's see. Another joke here. What do you call a sleeping cow? What do you call a sleeping cow? What do you call a sleeping cow? A bulldozer. Oh, I crack myself up. Yeah. Yes, yes. I think we're just about ready to get started with our lesson. I think everyone has filed in that will be joining us. Once again, how is the volume? Can you hear me well over the background music? Hello, Sad Panda. Hello, welcome. It's good to see you again. You were just streaming, were you not? have to get my shoutouts set up so that they can give a little clip. Oh, Bit Shepherd says, did you hear the drama about the cattle that got into the cannabis field? The stakes have never been higher. Yes, I think we have heard that one. And yet, yes, Almost Pirate says it all. Oof. Still better than the jokes that I have given you tonight. Where do books sleep, class? Where do books sleep? Where do books sleep? Under their covers. Oh, another great one. I'll take the paper planes. I'll take the paper planes all day. They're better than spitballs, for sure. Noma says, hear me out, steak with Megabud herb butter. I don't know if I could handle that. I don't know if I could manage to deal with that one. Just maybe just a little bit, just a little dab. Just a dab, if you will. Well, class, are you all ready? Are you all ready for our brief lesson in sleep health and hygiene? Yes, indeed, you caught that joke, Sad Panda, a little dab. Of course, I meant, you know, sort of the dab that relates to, you know, cannabis. No, not the dab like the fish, Ivy. The fish that I keep catching in Animal Crossing and can hardly catch anything else. When I'm trying to catch an olive flounder instead. The olive flounder I couldn't catch in time for the Thanksgiving event. So I didn't get the Thanksgiving wallpaper, I think, that the person gives you. Well, class, how about we start our little lesson in sleep health? Oh, what a perfect song to come on. I'm glad I put this into the playlist. If you have suggestions for music we can add to our background playlist, please let me know. If you have suggestions for anything about our class, of course, let me know here or on Twitter or in the Discord. And certainly if you are new here, I'll put the link up for the Discord. So, I think it is time. We have been chatting and talking for about 20 minutes. So I'm going to bring up our lesson. And I hope that you will not just passively take these in and take them as little trivia points, but that you'll try to apply some of them in life. You spend a good portion of our lives asleep. So I hope that they help you get better sleep, these tips that I will be providing. We are going to start with a little bit of background on the anatomy of sleep, just a few slides on how the brain actually works in sleep, so that we know how we can make it better. Yes, yes. I'm going to bring myself down a little bit here. Go off to the side here just a little bit. So here we go. We're going to start here. This is your brain. In case you didn't recognize it, this is the thing inside your head. It's floating around inside your skull. As it says here, it is not purple, however. It is wrinkly, but it is not purple. Hello, Mr. Brain. Yes, indeed, Ivy. There is one inside you right now, just like there is a spooky skeleton waiting inside you, trying to get out. And I'm just going to touch on 2 or 3 little sections of your brain here that are important for our lesson. The first is the hypothalamus, the little bitty point here, but is still very important. The hypothalamus receives information about light. It comes directly from your eyes, which of course is part of why it's so hard to sleep when you are in the daytime, when it's light out. This little section of your brain helps to regulate your sleep cycle. I'm sure you know the term for it, but if anyone would like to shout it out, the term for your natural sleep cycle, your daily sleep rhythm. You could call the brain the electric jelly. That's true. It is a mass of wriggling tissue with electricity pumping through it. Yes, indeed, Bit. That is the answer. It is your circadian rhythm. That comes from the Latin roots circa, meaning around, and dia for day. It's how we manage our day around our sleep. This will become important a little bit later. The other important thing here is this big yellow banana thing, the brainstem. This is what communicates the transitions between waking and sleeping. What's important here to note is that it makes a chemical called GABA. You might have heard of this. You might have even taken it as a supplement for sleep. What it does is it reduces the activity of arousal centers. And no, class, it is not that kind of arousal. It is the parts of your brain that are awake and active. And this helps to get the muscles fully relaxed for sleep. I want to also mention the thalamus here. This little bulb in the very middle of your brain, deep inside. This is what sends information back and forth to the thinking part of your brain. So it shuts off during the deeper stages of sleep. Shuts off the thinking part of your brain. But in REM sleep, and we'll talk about that in a minute, it turns back on suddenly and lets your brain envision the sounds and sights and sensations in our dreams. And I'm sure you know what REM sleep means. Rapid eye movement. And the last thing I'll touch on before we get into the meat of it here is the pineal gland. You've probably heard of this little bulb here, again, deep in the brain. This is what signals the increase of melatonin. And melatonin and GABA, of course, we'll talk about supplementation, but the natural release is, of course, the best. And I just wanted to include this little strange-looking science diagram. They're always so strange when I see these in textbooks. Very odd. Oh, what a perfect song to come up for this. What is the name of this one again? Ah, yes, Under the Surface from DK64. Or Donkey Kong Country. Yes, yes. But now we're going to get into the very important stuff. Now we're going to get into the stages of sleep. There are 4 stages that you go through several times throughout each evening. And let me just bring this up over the rest of our overlay. There we are. During the first stage of sleep, which typically only lasts a few minutes for many people, you might have heard that the average person falls asleep in like 5 to 10 minutes. Now, I don't know what kind of person that is because I never fall asleep that quickly, but I guess that's the average. The first stage of sleep does only last a few minutes once you do get there. And it's easily interrupted, so it's very important that during this first stage, you avoid distractions, you keep light and sound to a minimum. Because if you get interrupted during this stage, you start the process all over again. During this stage, you start to slow your heart rate, your breathing, your muscles start to relax, and your brainwaves start to look like we see up here. You'll notice that they're not too different from the awake stage, just a little bit slower. And if you see Michael Scott down here, suddenly jolting awake, you probably recognize what that is. It's that strange jerking motion that happens when you jolt out of bed, when you're just starting to fall asleep. Have you ever had that happen? I'm sure you have. If you've ever felt that strange sensation where you jolt suddenly awake after you're just starting to fall asleep. Noah says that you figure a ton of people slip in and out of the first stage and don't know it, so they think they don't fall asleep in 10 minutes. That's very likely. Oh, Ivy, feeling like you're falling asleep, just not falling asleep. And Bit Shepherd, you do have the right notion. You're on the right track there. Hypnagogic, something or other. It is related to the term hypnagogic. It is called a hypnic jerk. A hypnic jerk is a type of myoclonic jerk. So it's actually related to hiccups. They're related to a similar thing, strangely enough. But what a hypnic jerk actually is when your muscles start to relax, and they start to relax a lot quicker than they normally do during the day. Your brain, in this sort of hypnagogic state, as it's transitioning from sleep to awake or awake to sleep, it senses that sudden relaxation in your muscles as if you're falling. And so your brain jolts you back awake because it thinks you're falling. Just like when you're in a dream and you start to fall and you jolt back awake in your bed. They're related to the same thing. It's perfectly normal, it's perfectly natural, it happens to most people. It's nothing to be worried about unless it happens very often and it's causing you some distress. Then you might want to talk to your doctor about it. But it happens to most people. The most important thing to take away from this first stage is just how easily it is to be interrupted. So if you want to get a good night's sleep, set yourself up for success by minimizing distractions and noise and light during this first stage. Do we have any questions about the first stage of sleep, this light stage as you first enter into sleep? Oh, you get them about once a month, Bit Shepherd? Yeah, I think that's about the same rate for me, every now and then. Let's head into stage 2. Stage 2 is the transition stage of sleep between the waking stage and the deeper sleep stage. I'm not going to talk about these sort of complicated looking graphs too much. But what you'll need to know about stage 2 is that you continue the slowdown process in your body, your heart rate and your breathing. Your eye movements start to completely stop moving. And in this stage, it is actually the stage you spend the longest amount of time in throughout the night. It's only about 10 to 30 minutes each cycle, but over the course of the night, you spend the most time here. And this is extremely important because this second stage is the one where some of the most important functions happen for your brain. Even though it's not a very deep stage, it's only stage 2, this is the stage where we really start to consolidate our memories and our learning, where we take everything we've experienced during the day and learned and heard, and we start to organize it, file it away like this little brain with a filing cabinet in it. You see in this brainwave graph that it starts to get much slower than it did in the first stage, with sudden jolts. And while we don't perfectly understand it all, these jolts, followed by little bits of activity, these spindles, is the brain organizing everything. It rests, then it thinks, and then it organizes and puts it all together for us. And I'll talk about why it's important that this takes about 10 to 30 minutes a little bit later. Do we have any questions about our second stage of sleep before we move on to the deep sleep of stage 3? Ivy, the SpongeBob empty your mind filing cabinet scene. Let me bring that one up actually.
What's his name? I got nothing on a name. Come on, baby, what's the name? We threw out his name!
Not a bad representation, actually. During this stage of sleep, you do start filing things away for easy recall later on. Oh, you love the theming? Thank you very much, Bit. I thought this might be a little bit more visually interesting than the typical slideshow. By all means, though, any comments you have, go ahead. We're just here for fun and to learn a little bit. Now we get into the deep sleep stage. This stage, where stage 2 is very important for our brain refreshing, this is where a lot of our physical repair happens. The muscles are totally relaxed, totally shut off. In fact, this is typically where the brain actually turns off the muscle control altogether. If you have ever experienced sleep paralysis, this is actually the stage that it happens in, because the brain is so relaxed and in such deep, slow brain waves. More consolidation in the brain happens, of course, but it is primarily a physical stage. And this one lasts about 20 to 40 minutes each cycle, but we'll see why later on. It's not a stage you spend a lot of total time in each night. You can see the brainwave patterns here that you're in during deep sleep. Your brain is basically doing nothing at all. Like me most of the day, like my brain. Noma asks, when dolphins sleep, how deep do the sides of their brain go at a time? I think they go all the way. I don't know if they experience REM sleep. I don't know. They probably do dream, considering that they're one of the more intelligent animals. I know that primates, the other primates besides humans, do experience dreams and REM sleep. I'm not sure. That's a good question. Maybe we'll look that up later. But yes, getting enough sleep at this stage is critical if you want to feel refreshed physically from a full night of sleep. Once you're in this stage, if you get interrupted during this stage, you typically end up with a lot of grogginess. It's hard to be awakened when you're in this stage, but when you do, you typically get that groggy weariness and confusion that you do when you get woken up too early. So when you get woken up during the third stage, which can happen if you wake up a little bit too early, that's why. And now we get into the most fun part of sleep. Now we get into REM sleep. REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep. This is the stage where, remember that thalamus we talked about earlier? It suddenly becomes active again. Oh yes, Bitch Shepard, I just saw that, yes. It is, third stage is the hate your alarm clock stage. If you fall asleep just a little too late, and you're still in stage 3 and aren't in REM sleep when you wake up, yep, that definitely will be the cause. During REM sleep, of course, stands for rapid eye movement. Whereas throughout the rest of the night, your eyes and your heart rate and your blood pressure are relatively low. REM sleep is actually a lot like the waking stage. It is the dream stage, Ivy. And it's because it's closer to the awakened stage that we have dreams. While the muscles are still immobile, the brain is much more like it is when it's awake. The first REM cycle during the evening is only about 10 minutes long, but you get longer and longer REM stages throughout the night until they last about 60 minutes, which is why you have your dreams, or the dreams you mostly remember, later on during the night, closer to when you're awake. And it typically takes about 90 minutes from falling asleep to get to the first REM stage. Oh, Noma, you actually can get alarms that detect the phase you're in to wake yourself up. I believe there are some apps that can connect to a smartwatch or a Fitbit type of watch, a Garmin, that type of thing, that it can be reading your heart rate and your blood pressure and sync your alarm to those stages so that it wakes you up during this REM light stage. And I'm going to move on so we can talk about why this is so important. This is the cycle as you see it here. During a full night of sleep, if you give yourself a full 7 to 9 hours, you'll get maybe 5 cycles full. What you'll notice is that first stage, that falling asleep stage into light sleep, it actually skips over the REM stage. Because the REM stage, even though it's closest to the awakened stage, you have to go through the full cycle first. You start off in that light sleep and you descend deeper and deeper and deeper into deep sleep. But then you come back up. You come back up through the light stages and into that first REM cycle. And then you go back down into deep sleep and back up through the light stages into REM sleep again, and it's a little bit longer. And again down in. And as you go through the night, your deep sleep cycles get shorter and shorter until you don't get them at all. So if you get a short period of sleep, you'll get a good amount of physical refreshing, physical repair, but you won't get quite as much of that brain work done. And then at the very end, typically you wake up during REM sleep, when it's at its longest point. So if you want to have dreams, if you're trying to remember your dreams, make sure that you're getting lots and lots of sleep. But let's talk about those dreams. Why do we dream? What happens during dreams? Why are they important? We don't know all the answers to those, but psychologically, we believe that it's involved in processing our emotions, working through them. It can also help us to tie our memories to certain emotions as the brain catalogs them away. And we found that people who have some kind of brain injury or brain issue where they can't dream, may experience trouble regulating their emotions or having stability in their emotions. So, however we came about having dreams, they've become very important. They also have physiological importance. I've seen the research refer to it as warming the circuits, which I don't fully understand what they mean by that, but... Oh, hello, Wreckin' Cat. Yes, let's all hydrate. We are, in fact, talking about our physical health. Make sure that you are staying hydrated. Hello, Wreckin' Cat. It's good to see you. We are just talking about dreams in our little lesson about sleep health and why dreams are actually quite important to us. They have both psychological and physiological importance to us. They help to build neural connections between the emotions that we felt and the memories that we had when we felt those emotions. Dreams can also help us to assess and analyze our skills, catalog them away, connect them to the times and experiences that we need to use them, and to rehearse those skills and abilities. And I'm so glad you mentioned that, Ivy, that lots of memories can be odd. Yes, yes. Just like I am usually, you are ahead of the game. Why are our brains weird? Our brains are weird. Why are our dreams weird? Why are our dreams so surreal and strange sometimes? There is actually some research into why that is. During sleep, brain chemicals like dopamine are more prominent. We talked a little bit earlier about how the thalamus shuts on and off at different points during the evening. This affects the release of brain chemicals like dopamine and serotonin. We have more dopamine during sleep and less serotonin, which is suppressed. So we have more of the chemicals that are involved in imagination and less of the chemicals that are involved in anxiety and awareness. Not that dreams don't still produce some anxiety and can be scary, but we have less adrenaline and noradrenaline in our brains during dreams and during sleep, which may tie into why it's helpful for us in emotional regulation. Dreaming allows us to experience things without the accompanying physical stress chemicals. And I was just about to say, Bit Shepherd, sleeping on it. That phrase, I actually have it written down here. It's definitely real. We talked about in stage 2 how that particular brainwave pattern helps us to catalog things away, helps us to consolidate our learning, refreshes our brains. Sleep and dreaming helps our creativity. When someone suggests that you sleep on it, it's a good idea to take that advice. If you're presented with any decision, any choice that you need to make, and you have the time, sleep on it. You'll think more clearly about it usually. In fact, there have been studies where they have specifically prevented people from dreaming. They will interrupt them once they get into REM sleep. People who weren't allowed to dream during these studies experienced more tension and anxiety and more difficulty concentrating and decision making. Now, whether this study was very ethical or not, I would question. I think in most studies you are supposed to avoid doing any harm. So perhaps the ethics of these researchers was a bit dubious, but the research does exist. All in all, what it means is that our dreams are very important, not just for ourselves emotionally, but physically, psychologically, physiologically. If you do have problems with your dreams, if they're troubling, anxiety-inducing, and they're persistent, that is something to bring up with a doctor because there are things that can be done to help ease those. In fact, there is a specific type of CBT called CBTI, CBT for insomnia, which can also help address troubling dreams. But let's get into one more little fun aspect of dreams. We've talked now about what dreams are, psychologically, physiologically, and we've talked about what the brain does during sleep, how it refreshes our brains and our minds during the second stage and refreshes our bodies during the third. Let's talk about what our dreams mean. Oh, Sarah, if you dreamed that you had gone on your BRB screen and were trying to entertain your chat in bed while you were trying to sleep, I think that's a performance-related dream. I think that's probably the brain doing that rehearsal that we were talking about. Running through your skills, even though it was probably not happening in the way you would have liked in the dream. And maybe it made you a little stressed. Your brain was probably doing some important work in working out and working through your own streaming adventure, your streaming skills. One of the other fun things about dreaming, of course, though, is interpretation. Can we interpret our dreams? One thing that I think for sure is that just even trying to interpret them, even trying to understand what they might mean, is helpful in itself. Even if you aren't able to find some scientific reason for it or supernatural reason for it, the fact that you are taking some time out of your day to reflect on what you dreamed about and trying to tie it to something that's happening in your life, you're thinking about that. You're taking some time to reflect quietly and thinking about the things that you're going through. Even if there isn't an actual tie between the dream and something that you're trying to work out during the waking hours, now you're thinking about that. Dream journals, Ivy, can indeed be good. They do help to train your brain to try to catalog, at least try to keep those dreams in memory. Noah says, you think life is a game and dreams are other games you're playing. That's an interesting thought. In each dream, the other dreams feel like dreams, while that one feels like reality. We heard you like dreams, so we put a dream in your dream so you can dream while you dream. Some other tips if you want to remember your dreams, of course, are remembering to remember. Reminding yourself, just before you go to sleep, that you want to remember your dreams. If it's something that is on your mind, in your brain, then there's a higher likelihood that you'll remember. Of course, as you probably do already, when you do wake up from a dream you want to remember, start quietly reflecting on it as soon as you can. And of course, reducing alcohol and reducing THC, reducing nicotine, those will certainly help you as well. Some people use some more advanced techniques to remember their dreams, like trying to remember specific symbols or specific visuals that they want to focus their minds on while they go to sleep. And then when they see that thing in their dream, they will be cued, they will be triggered to remember this is a dream. Maybe we'll talk about some of those more advanced techniques at a later time. But now we've talked about the anatomy of our brains and sleep. We've talked about the stages of sleep and how the second stage helps us remember and works out our brain, and the third stage works out our physical bodies, and how the fourth stage helps us psychologically and physiologically. And we've talked about dreams. Now we'll go into those tips. Now we'll talk about how we can get better sleep. What can you do to get better sleep? Well, the first thing you can do, of course, is be consistent. Go to sleep at the same time each day. I know people may have heard the misconception that humans are not actually naturally built for a 24-hour day, and so that makes us sort of off in our sleep schedule, but that's actually not really true. That hasn't really borne out in the research. We are actually very close to a 24-hour day for our natural circadian rhythm. We just typically don't do a very good job of sticking to that 24-hour schedule. But set specific times for your waking hours. Let your body's circadian rhythm do its job. Just don't get in the way. Of course, you'll want to also use your sleeping space just for sleep or for other intermittent activities. When your brain is primed to think of your bed as a second lounge where you sit and read and look at your phone and scroll on your laptop, and spend too much time on social media, something we'll talk about later, your brain doesn't see your bed as just a place for where you sleep. So keep your bed just a place where you sleep. Of course, I will always advocate for getting some daily physical activity. It doesn't even have to be strenuous or vigorous, but it will help you sleep better at night. Oh no, we found vitamin D helps you sleep better at night. I think there's something to that. I think there is some research behind that to help. Of course, you should be getting some daily sunlight. You want sunlight during the day to support your natural circadian rhythm. You want to be awake and active during the daylight hours. Of course, all of this will change if, say, you're on a third shift. That has its own whole host of issues. Something you might try is progressive muscle relaxation, like we did in that first hypnotherapy session. And we'll run through that again in a future stream this month. But progressive muscle relaxation is doing breathing practices, slow, even breathing, and progressively from your toes down to your head, flexing and contracting your muscles down to your toes, and then letting them relax. And then flexing and contracting in your calves and letting them relax. And then flexing and contracting your thighs all the way up until you get to the top of your head, progressively letting your muscles relax from toe to head, which makes it a lot easier to get through that first stage where your body is doing the muscle relaxation. The other main tip is that you want to set aside 20 to 30 minutes for a bedtime routine. Time away from your screen. Have an actual routine where you wash your hands, you brush your teeth, you do a little light stretching, you take a few moments to do some breathing practice, and then you lay down. Having a routine, having a set pattern of activities, connects that in your brain to sleep. You start doing those activities and your brain is already starting to say, oh, yes, I know what this is. This is sleep time. Some of the other things here you see on the left side. What can you do in your environment? Your body actually sleeps best in a temperature that's about 17 to 19 degrees Celsius or 62 to 67 degrees Fahrenheit. We actually tend to enjoy a slightly cooler environment where we can wrap ourselves up in a blanket. I'm sure you've experienced that at some point, where you would rather have the room a little cooler and then be able to wrap up in the blanket rather than having a warm room. I would also say you should clean your sheets and blankets and pillowcases regularly. I'll talk about this later in our stream about keeping yourself from getting sick and recovering better from being sick. And of course, keeping your sleeping area dark and quiet, of course. Like Usagi here, down in the bottom corner. Always sleeping peacefully. Yes, yes. Well, thank you so much for the contribution to our Self-Care December Goal Challenge, Seraph Dreams. Thank you. Comfy sleeps indeed, Ivy. Following these tips will lead to some much more comfortable sleep. But, of course, there are the things that we should not do. Of course, I'm sure you know not to drink too much alcohol, but there's a good reason why, beyond just the fact that it makes your sleep not as restful. Alcohol disrupts your melatonin release, and melatonin, as we know, helps to put your brain to sleep. Smoking is another avoid. It's a stimulant. Nicotine is a stimulant. It may make you feel relaxed on the inside, or at least what you think your body is feeling, but it is a stimulant. And even though I advocate exercise, of course, and you should get daily physical activity, exercising too close to bedtime can keep your muscles from being relaxed enough to fall asleep, and your brain will be a little bit more active, because exercise is good for your mind, but just don't do it too close to when you're trying to sleep. You should also try to avoid too much spicy or acidic food. That can actually help you prevent from sleeping. We will be talking about caffeine, absolutely. In fact, I have a little advanced tip when I get to the napping section. You, of course, want to avoid using any of your blue light devices like your tablet or your phone or your laptop or your computer or your Nintendo Switch within a half hour of bedtime. Again, we talked about how the hypothalamus sees light and tells your brain it's still daytime. And of course, you don't want to take naps too close to bedtime or for too long during the day. And if you find yourself unable to fall asleep for more than 20 minutes, don't just lie there tossing and turning. You can't force yourself into it. Get up, but be relaxed. Sit down, do a quiet activity like reading, maybe listen to some relaxing music. But it's not going to help too much if you just lie there tossing and turning. Or stare at your phone, or stare at your clock, and watch the minutes go by and think, well, if I fall asleep right now, I can still get 6 hours of sleep. Well, that's not actually going to help you very much. Ivy, that's a great suggestion you have there. When you can't sleep, you sometimes use it to organize things or clean something. Not only are you getting something done, but that does tend to help your mind relax. You're taking your focus off of not being able to sleep and putting it into something like organizing. I think that's a good suggestion. And I have this here blank. What can help? Because I want to hear what are some of the things that you do to help yourself fall asleep first. We heard Noma mention that vitamin D helps, and I think that there's some research behind that. It does help. Possibly because it is related to sunlight. What are some things that you do or think that helps you when you can't fall asleep or when you need help sleeping? We've talked about some of the things already, some of the things that you can take or that a lot of people take to help them sleep. I think the first thing we can mention, of course, is melatonin. Oh yes, Ivy, talking about doing the meditation where you flex all of your muscles one at a time. It's a very good one. Noma is about to be moved down to the monkey wrench tier. Almost Pirate, counting ye old sheep. Bit Shepherd, you stared at the sun with your eyes closed for a while during the break because of seasonal affective disorder. I see. Was that something that was suggested to you? But yes, melatonin supplementation can help. There certainly is some good science behind it. Of course, you want to try and increase your natural production of melatonin. But if you can't get it yourself, you can certainly get store-bought. Because it also has some good evidence that it's helpful for chronic pain. Maybe that's just because of getting better sleep with it. But you do want to make sure that you're following the suggested dosage and not taking it into your own hands for how much you should take. You want to get just about 1 to 5 milligrams about a half hour before bed. So it takes about a half hour to start working. But there are a lot of people now who are taking way too much melatonin. You don't want to take any more than 10 milligrams at a time. I know a lot of parents are giving their kids melatonin now, like melatonin gummies to get them to fall asleep. That concerns me a little bit as someone who teaches. I don't think we want to be dosing kids to get them to sleep. I know that it isn't anything new. Parents would give their kids NyQuil to get them to settle down and fall asleep, but it may make your job as a parent a little easier in the short term, but probably not good for the child. The other thing I wanted to mention, of course, we talked about GABA. GABA helps the muscles to relax. It hasn't gotten nearly as much study as melatonin. But GABA has more than just an effect on sleep. It can also help improve mood. And because it helps the muscles relax, it may also help our muscles recover from exercise. So if you are having some trouble sleeping, GABA might be something that will help. I think that's an interesting point, Noma. Melatonin is a hormone. It is a brain hormone. Parents being weirded out about giving their kids those very powerful brain hormones, actually. The other thing that I'm surprised no one brought up is tea. Lavender tea, valerian root tea. Have you ever tried using those to help you sleep? I'm curious. I don't usually drink much tea. Have you tried using those calming teas like lavender or valerian root? Oh, Ivy, peppermint tea relaxes you. I haven't heard about that one being used for relaxation as much. Let's see. Let's look that up. I see. One study found that 3 drops of peppermint oil per day did help improve people's sleep quality if they were suffering from a physical ailment. That's interesting. There does seem to be some science for it. Of course, I'm not reading the full studies as we're talking, but there does seem to be some studies about it. Not quite as many as for lavender, of course. Lavender has been used for a very long time in a whole host of ways, whether it's aromatherapy or tea. And I should point out, there is some criticism of aromatherapy, and some people say that it's hokum. It's actually not. There is something to it. It's not as pronounced or prominent as people might want to believe it is, but if someone suggests aromatherapy to you, don't just dismiss it out of hand. You might want to look up and see if it does have some validity to it. Oh, chamomile. That was the other one I wanted to mention. I hear people use chamomile tea all the time to help sleep. That's one I'm interested in as well. I should give that one a look. Herbal Essences Sleepy Time Tea. That's right, Ivy. Get yourself some Sleepy Time tea. Get yourself the tea box with the sleepy little bear on it. Celestial seasoning. Just look at that comfy sleeping bear. I wish that was me. Oh no, you think chamomile tea tastes like sleepy candy corn? Well, I can't say I'm much of a fan of candy corn. Now that we've talked about some of these suggestions, I will put them in our little What Can Help section. And when we're done, I will actually post all of these slides in our Discord and on the Twitter, so that everyone can have them if you'd like. And it will include this infographic that has most of the information we've talked about, if you want a simpler, shorter form that can be shared. So class, let's talk about one last topic, one that I think is very important and helpful. Let's talk about naps. Let's talk about taking naps. Naps are not bad. I know people think, well, it'll hurt my sleep. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to hurt your nightly sleep to get a good nap. There's pretty good research, pretty good studies out there about how a daytime nap, if it's short, can help improve your mood and memory throughout the day. Help you relax, keep your stress and mood down. Exactly, Ivy. A siesta. Many places around the world have been having just it's a part of their whole day, is planned into their daily routines. What I do want to suggest is that your timing of your naps is very important. You can get a lot of good benefit out of a nap if you do it right. And now that we've talked about the sleep stages, we know why. So class, can someone tell me why I have this here that about 30 minutes is optimal? Why is a 30-minute nap the optimal amount of time to take a nap for? Thinking about what we talked about in the sleep stages. There you go, Seraph. You hit it right on the head. So you don't get into too deep of a sleep. Exactly, Ivy. You want to get your nap done before you start getting into those deep stages. Everyone got it. Everyone got it right. You remembered. You were paying attention. You don't know how good that makes a teacher feel to see that the students were actually paying attention to the lesson. You want to get... Thank you for the gold stars. Yes, indeed, Bit Shepherd. You want to get that first round of refreshing stage 2 sleep, that brain refresh, but you don't want to start getting into that third stage where your body is really relaxed, because then you'll be woke up and you'll be groggy and your brain will be a little fuzzy rather than feeling refreshed. However, if you do need a longer nap, aim for about 90 minutes. This one's a little harder. Why would you go for a 90-minute nap if you need a longer nap? Thinking about our sleep stages. I'll give you some time to think about it. I can go back and bring up the graph if you'd like. In fact, let's go bring that graph back up. The question is, why would you want your longer nap to be about 90 minutes? I think, Bit, you got it there, because then you complete one cycle. You wake up here in this first REM stage area. Exactly, Ivy. You get to go all the way into that third stage. You don't want to wake up during it longer than a half hour. But if you get the full 90 minutes, you'll get a full cycle. You'll get a full period of time in that relaxing, restful, physical part of the sleep here, and a full cycle here of the second stage. And you'll wake up closer to here in the light sleep. Waking up when you're in a light stage or in REM sleep is going to be a lot easier to get yourself back going into the day than waking up deeper into these sections. Very good actually. So our other tips for napping, you of course don't want to nap too close to bedtime. So you want to nap, let's say if you have a normal sleep time at about 11, you don't want to nap after say 3 o'clock. That perfect siesta time, like Ivy talked about, during about the lunchtime period, when having a nice lunch might make you feel sleepy anyways. Of course, you want to follow some of the same things you do for your full regular night's sleep. Making sure that you are in a dark, cool environment. Making sure you set that alarm for about 30 minutes or 90 minutes. Now, I did mention that there was one advanced napping technique, or maybe I just mentioned about the caffeine part that Seraph brought up. Caffeine takes about a half hour to start metabolizing into your system. and it takes usually 30 to 45 to 60 minutes to fully be into your system. So some people have found success taking their afternoon coffee or a little bit of an energy drink right before they take a nap, because then they wake up after their alarm goes off 30 minutes later. The caffeine starts going through their system. They've got that little refreshment of their brain from one set of light and stage 2 sleep. And it's a real power nap. Now, I know some people, especially in the health world, will say you need to cut out all caffeine, or they don't like that particular tip. I don't think that you need to go all the way and say, don't drink any caffeine. And I'm certainly not here to tell you never drink alcohol or don't smoke. You shouldn't smoke, but you should reduce it. And you don't need to cut out caffeine altogether. Just use it when you need it, and rather than making it something you have to have every day. But that's a power nap tip. A little bit of caffeine right before you take that 30-minute nap. And thank you so much for bringing that up, Noma. That's an excellent point. I'm so glad I have people here to help me remember these things. You should definitely do this with a little bit of food in your stomach. And that connects with the siesta part. Connects with the drowsiness you have after a nice lunch. Your stomach is full. You're feeling a little sleepy. Have a little bit of caffeine. The food helps it to slow down in its metabolization process. You wake up after that 30 minutes and feel a lot better. You've digested some of the food. The caffeine is just starting to run through you. So, that is our lesson in sleep. Class, that's what I have for you. Do you have any questions? Is there anything more that you would like to talk about specifically? Do you have any further tips or things that you found keep you from sleeping or help you sleep better? I know there's a little bit of time difference between when I start talking and when you can start typing. Thank you for the gold stars redeemed, Bit Shepherd. Thank you. And I would like to thank Aurora for not pelting me with spitballs too much throughout my lesson. Maybe I will move Aurora up from Monkey Wrench to Good Noodle. They were very well behaved throughout this lesson. Well, if we don't have any further questions, maybe it's time, because you were all so well behaved and helpful during the lesson, maybe it's time for us to go and visit with Moki and Ori. Do you think that we should, before we get into our game for the evening, go and visit with our class ferrets? And absolutely, Seraph, yes. This is why I would say take that nap much earlier in the day than you're going to sleep at night, because that caffeine is not going to be gone for some time. It does take 30 minutes to an hour to even really get ramped up into your system, so it will be there for quite some time. And that's definitely why you should not take caffeine every day. I know some people can't make it without their daily coffee, but you should really just try to have that coffee when you really need the help to wake up. Not every day. It is a drug like any other. It's a matter of dose and usage. But I think that is a good place for us to go and visit. Let me just bring up the camera. Yes, Bags is truly punished, and they totally deserve it. They absolutely deserve that for all of their desk flipping. And there we have it. There is the room. There is Moki and Ori's room, for those of you who are new. Moki and Ori are our class ferrets. They live in this little area that I've set up for them. And when the class is well behaved, before we start our games, or sometimes in the middle, we will go and visit with them, and I will give them a treat for you. We'll play with them a little bit. So I'm going to go down there and do exactly that. If the camera turns back to the previous screen, don't worry, I will set it back momentarily. Let me get ready here to go down. All right, class. In just a moment, you will see me down there. All right, here we go. Actually, they needed some water. I'll give them a minute to drink. I should have mentioned the new emotes that we have in the channel. Our little ferrets. And they are indeed some thirsty little fellas. Well, they were indeed thirsty, and when they first get their water, they love to splash around in it and sort of paw it out of the little container there. But they've had their little treat, and they've got some new water. Let me just bring up our most recent recording of them. There they are. There's our cat snake. Yes, indeed. Close encounters of the noodle kind, Bit says. Cutie cam, Ivy says. Yes, indeed. All right, class. We've had our lesson. We've fed and watered the ferrets. I think it's game time. Yes, indeed. I think most of you have been fairly well behaved. So I think we should have our game time. Ivy, you have a snack of sardines and rice crackers. You know, I've said this before. Well, I think you mentioned sardines once previously. Have you ever seen the movie The Burbs with Tom Hanks, where there's a character who's eating sardines on crackers? It's very funny. I don't know how well it's aged. It is like, let's see, how old is it? The Burbs is from 1989. Tom Hanks, Bruce Dern, Corey Feldman, Carrie Fisher. I don't remember them in the movie at all, but... An overstressed suburbanite and his neighbors are convinced that the new family on the block is part of a murderous cult. It's quite funny in my memory, at least. Oh, Noma, you have seen it. Carrie Fisher plays Tom Hanks' wife. All right. I think we're ready for game time. How about you all? Are you ready for some more Ace Attorney? Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy is what we're on. I actually just took off my sweater vest. I was getting a little bit warm, so let's take off my models. There we go. Let's pause our Winamp music to let the Ace Attorney music play. There we are. Let's continue. And we are on episode 4, Turnabout Goodbyes. Well, Ivy, a lot of people like this next case. All right. I really liked the... what was the new show that was made in the the third case. The Samurai Princess or something like that. Ominous. It's been what, 15 years? About that, yes. 15 years is a long time to wait. You can't imagine how much I've suffered. You've suffered? But now, the perfect opportunity has presented itself. At last, I shall have my revenge. What? Merry Christmas. Oh, it's a Christmas case on the start of December. Oh, wait a minute, is that... December 25th, 10:08 a.m., Wright and Company Law Offices. No, indeed, Bit Shepherd, that does not seem merry at all. Done, 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 done. Hey, Nick! I'll try to remember the voice that I gave her in the first sessions. What was it? What was that voice? Do you know if there are any good waterfalls around here? Waterfalls? Dare I ask why? Oh, it was something of a Toad impression. Yes, Bit Shepherd. Thank you, thank you. Ah, Ivy. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Hold on.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Oh, what a classic. Duh, Nick. Isn't it obvious? I need a waterfall to stand under, preferably a freezing one. Oh, is that part of your spirit medium training? Of course, except I've been slacking off lately. Well, you certainly haven't been doing a lot of work in the law office. I need to brave the elements and be reforged anew under the rushing spring waters. Okay. I don't know about any falls per se, but Gourd Lake is pretty close. Oh, darn. Sorry, but them's the breaks. Couldn't you just take a cold shower or something? Good idea. So much for rushing spring waters. Next in the news, a large unidentified animal was sighted at Gourd Lake. The town is buzzing with excitement. Locals are calling it Gordy, in a tip to the hat to Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster. Though its namesake, Nessie, proved to be a hoax. I think some people would disagree with that. Locals are confident their Gordy is the real deal. Yawn. Boring. Can't they show real news for a change? Ain't that the truth? Nick? The water pressure's kind of low in that shower. You want more pressure, huh? Why don't you go down to the fire department and have them spray you down with the hose? Oh, get wrecked, Maya. Just owned. Good idea, Nick. Wait, she actually thought that was a good idea? Why would she think that was a good idea? Why is she so strange? Apparently, Fey blood is no aid in detecting sarcasm. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Strange occurrences continue at Gourd Lake, but this time, it's murder. Sword Lake again? The body of a man was found in the lake early this morning. A suspect was apprehended. Sources inside the police department revealed, dun 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 dun, that the suspect's name is Miles Edgeworth, age 24. Edgeworth was an up-and-coming prosecutor, known for his skill and connections. He was guaranteed a long and rewarding career. Has he thrown it all away? Edgeworth? What's going on? Edgeworth would never do something like... Nick? Yipes, Maya! The fireman yelled at me when I called him. Really, Maya? You actually called the fire department? We've got bigger things to worry about than that. They arrested Edgeworth. What? You mean the prosecutor? Yeah, he's a suspect. In a murder. What? When? Where? Who? Why? How? I don't know. Let's go find out, Nick. Okay. Maya brought in a poster of the Steel Samurai the other day. We had a big fight over whether to put it up or not. I know she's just waiting for a chance to sneak it up on the wall. Mia's favorite plant. Its name is Charlie. Maya's gotten the knack of watering it lately. Charlie's been perking up these days. Looks like it's cleaning day again at the hotel across the way. I hear they're planning a second branch outside the city. I can see the bellboy getting the angle of that screwdriver in the drawer just right. Yes, indeed it is. Let me at least make that a little smaller. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh. There we go. At least we can still see all the dialogue. But Shepard, you saw a video of a OSU chart where they crossed over Elite Beat Agents and Phoenix Wright to the song of Don't Stop Me Now. Don't Stop Me Now. It's a good one. You know, I have to tell you, I don't know anything about OSU. In fact, OSU means more Ohio State University to me. Maybe I'm just a nerd. All right, let's go to the detention center and see Edgeworth. December 25th, detention center, visitor's room. You know, Nick, we've all been in here one time or another, haven't we? That's true. Both Maya and Phoenix and Edgeworth are now all been in the jail. I guess it comes with the territory. It really shouldn't come with the territory that you end up. Oh, we have a YouTube comment. Hold on. Sometimes I forget that I'm also multi-streaming to YouTube. Let's see. Hello. Hello, YouTube commentator. COD Ops 141. Elguim. You know, I am trying to learn Spanish, but... Somebody. Yes, that's true. You are somebody, and it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Greetings, YouTube Live viewer. I've been using Streamlabs so much I haven't gotten the chance to check the other platforms. We are also multi-streaming to Nemo TV and Truvo. Ah, Brazil. Portuguese. My apologies. Yes, indeed, BR, BR, BR. Yes, indeed, you are a Brazil someone, a Brazil Alguem. And you seem to enjoy Call of Duty, unless you are cod as in the fish. Enjoy a good fish fry. We love a good fish fry from where I'm from. Portuguese. Si, Ivy. Football. Let's see what Maya has to say. No, Maya, I don't think you should mention it to too many people. And there he is. Miles Edgeworth. Hey, Edgeworth, come back. What are you doing here? Nick, I don't think he's in a very good mood. Well, Maya, he's just been arrested for murder. I wouldn't be in a very good mood either, although I would be happy to see a defense lawyer. Well, he is in detention. Were you in a good mood when you were here? And so, you've come to laugh at the fallen attorney? Then laugh. Laugh! Well, why aren't you laughing? Nick, should we be laughing? Nah, it's a trick. Laugh and he'll get mad. Or burst into tears. Ah, caught ups. Cristiano Ronaldo? So do you think Cristiano Ronaldo is the GOAT? And not Messi? Ronaldo or Messi? Edgeworth. We don't have so much free time we can spend it coming down here to laugh at you. Yes, you do. Actually, he's right. I hoped you wouldn't come. I didn't want you to see me. Not like this. I didn't want to see you like this either. Believe me. What happened, Edgeworth? Edgeworth, tell me what happened. Very good point. Very good point, Codops. Pele is actually the true GOAT. Mid Shepherd, did they start dating between the cases? What do you mean, start? Rest in peace to Pele, the GOAT. Why should I? What are you going to do about it? Duh, we're going to help you. What's that? That's what? Help me. You? Don't be ridiculous. Sorry? You're a novice. You've only been in 3 trials. Well, we did win all 3 of those trials. And you lost all 3 of those trials, Edgeworth, so really, we're 3-0, and you're 0-3. We're batting 100, 1,000, and you're batting a 0 against us. Oh, he only lost 2, Ivy? I suppose he did also throw the last one, or not throw so much as decided to help us. Sure, you got lucky and won all 3. Oh, I was a little bit ahead again. But your luck's bound to run out someday. You need real skill, right? Experience. Codops, I have actually never played a Call of Duty game in my life. I played a decent amount of Halo. Free Fire? I don't think I've heard of that. And that's true, Ivy. Edgeworth was undefeated, primarily because of his connections and some corruption. We'll skip past that for now. Nick, he's insulting you. Nick? Why am I always the one who has to get angry? You don't have to get angry, Maya. You can just relax. You're not the one on trial anymore. Okay, Gourd Lake. The murder took place at Gourd Lake, correct? Yes, late last night. The lake is a long way away from your offices and the courthouse. Why were you down there? I see no need to tell you. Mr. Edgeworth? You didn't really... Gordy. Huh? I went to see Gordy. Gordy? What's that? I'll tell you later, Maya. Why won't Edgeworth talk to us? Well, I guess it's time to go to Gordy, Ivy. Yes, indeed. Gordy time. Gord Lake Nature Park. This is where it happened? Yeah, Gord Lake is in the middle of this park. I can see some police walking around in there. Oh, we're going to have to see Detective Dick Gumshoe again, aren't we? Oh, Caught Ops. Free Fire is a popular game in Brazil. It's a battle royale. Ah. So like a PUBG, Fortnite type of deal. I have not played much of either of those. My reflexes are very bad, as has been commented on in the chat. I have been primarily playing Elden Ring, and I just started some Baldur's Gate 3. I'm a little bit irritated with some friends who told me that I should definitely play as Dark Urge. And then Dark Urge did some terrible things in the game, and I didn't want to play that character anymore. I don't like making rude or mean decisions in the games. My memory always goes back to a moment in Knights of the Old Republic, where if you want to get the Dark Side achievement, you have to steal an off-world pass from a widow and her 2 children. And as you do, and she realizes that she's going to be trapped on this planet that's being bombarded, she looks at you and says, "Darkness take you, monster." And I played that as a little kid, and it hurt me so badly. I never wanted to play a dark side character again. I have to look this up and see if there's a script. Oh, you like Elden Ring as well, Caught Ops? But Dark Souls is better. That is what I've heard. I've liked Elden Ring, but sometimes I'm getting a little bit too lost because it's so big and expansive. Let's see. KOTOR. Steal pass from Widow. KOTOR. Widow. Oh, you really enjoyed Code Vein for a Dark Souls Light. I do actually have Code Vein, and I haven't started it. That's one I've saved in case people wanted to see me play it. Oh, yes. Finally found her name. But Shepard, you think kids today learn this lesson from Sans in Undertale? Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Oh, I'll have to look this up some other time. The video of that just kills me. Questioning people, probably, says Phoenix. Hey, isn't that Detective Gumshoe over there? Oh no, it's Detective Gumshoe. Well, pal, there's enough of us here. Anyone found anything? So sorry, sir, nothing. Idiot, the trial's tomorrow, see? We need clues, on the double. But sir, there weren't any clues. That's why we arrested that attorney, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear, sir. He's the one who... Shut up, see? Just you try saying that again. I'll make you so sorry if you do. So just get out of my face, pal. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe's kind of scary today. Recruits. Peh. Ah. Eek. Hey, you're that hairy guy. Hairy Butts. Hello, Adel. Hello. It is good to see you. Thank you for joining us. We have once again encountered Detective Dick Gumshoe, who still thinks that we are Hairy Butts, the murder suspect from 3 trials ago. Right. Phoenix Wright. And just what are you doing here, pal? Investigating? Huh? Well, yes, I suppose. Well, I'm here to help, see? Ask me anything you want. Adel, do I think I'll do any more visual novels after finishing Ace Attorney? I definitely do. I think I've enjoyed this, and I hope that people have enjoyed watching it. It's nice and slow-paced and calming, and I can do some funny voices. And I don't end up chasing my tail like in Elden Ring. Although we did defeat Rodan, the Star Scourge, last time. And thank you for the gold stars bit. My voice acting is actually fun. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I thought it was quite grating. Thank you. Thank you, Adel, a dull boy. That is what that means in your name, right? That's always what I've thought. That it was a strange way of spelling, a quirky way of spelling a dull boy. Because you're certainly not. I thought it was like an ironic name. You're incredibly well-informed and knowledgeable about many things. Oh, you never really thought about that? That's just what it sounds most like when I say it out loud. Edelboy. Edelba. It was you and our mutual friend, Silver, who helped me a great deal with physics during university. And calculus, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Ah, yes, this theme is pretty good, Ivy. I may not like the character as much, although they are growing on me. Let's see, now he's actually being helpful. Bring it, see? He seems different than usual. I wonder what's up. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't actually asked us to defend him yet. Huh? Oh? You don't say. Well, tell me what happened. Detective Gumshoe? Do you know what happened here? I don't think anyone knows what happened here yet. And as far as the opening cutscene seems to be indicating, he did, in fact, actually kill that person. Huh? You don't know, pal? No. Wow, okay, Mr. Head in the Fluffy Pink Clouds lawyer. Head in the... Huh? Never mind, I'll tell you, pal. It happened last night about 15 minutes after midnight. There was a boat out on Gourd Lake, see? In that boat were 2 men. One of those men shot the other with a pistol, see? With a Luger. And the shooter was Mr. Edgeworth? A cop who arrived on the scene arrested him, see? How did they get there so fast? Well, there was a witness. Okay, a witness. When the report came in, we raced to the lake, see? A witness? Okay, tell me about this witness. Who was this witness? Sorry, pal, that's confidential. Anyway, the witness saw everything, apparently. I'm sure they'll turn up at the trial tomorrow. Some weirdness about this system again. Was there only that one witness? Yep, it was a pretty cold night out on the lake last night. And it was Christmas Eve, after all. Oh yeah, that slipped my mind that it was Christmas Eve that Edgeworth was apparently out on the lake to see Gordy. Still, we're being thorough, pal. You never know when you're going to turn up another witness. That's why we're here today, checking things out, see? And so far, we're coming up empty. Oh, it's Christmas today. I'd forgotten. I wasn't the only one. What are you getting me for Christmas, Nick? I'm getting you a fire hose because you apparently need to be sprayed down. Talk to Santa. And she is a spirit medium. She should be able to talk to Santa. Indeed. Alright, let's talk about Edgeworth. You don't think Mr. Edgeworth is a murderer, do you? Absolutely not, pal. It's impossible, see? I don't care if there's a witness either. I don't believe a lick of it. Right. Who cares what that witness says? I care. You really believe in him, don't you, Detective? Of course I do, pal. But the police are pretty sure he's the killer. You are the police. Nobody's even really taking this investigation that seriously. Oh no! After all that help Mr. Edgeworth has been to us. Hard to imagine that no one's standing up to take his side, see? Well, at least you are, Detective. At least you are. All right. Do you know who will be Mr. Edgeworth's defense attorney in tomorrow's trial? He hasn't gotten one yet, pal. What? The trial is tomorrow, isn't it? Well, I don't know the whole story, but apparently no one he's been talking to will take the case. Why not? Mr. Edgeworth won't tell me. Well, he has probably bullied and abused all of the other defense attorneys in town, so I'm not surprised no one wants to help him. He has been known for his corruption as a prosecutor. When you guys showed up, I figured he'd asked you to defend him. Unfortunately not. Well, pal, then you got a job to do. Help out Mr. Edgeworth, see? Prove that badge you wear isn't just some fancy piece of metal. Prove it to me, pal. Show me you're an attorney. Alright, well, let's start examining this stuff here. Thank you for that wonderful memory bit, the Baskin-Robbins. Baskin-Robbins. Those mysterious letters, what could they possibly mean? Those mysterious letters, what could they possibly mean? Adelby, it's been so long since you played this game that you think the main body of influence from it in your brain is from looking at Phoenix Edgeworth Yahweh on Twitter. Well, now we know what you do on Twitter. Not that I would judge. The first interaction between them in this case, of course, did have a lot of tension, let's say. This place is full of families picnicking on the weekend. But no waterfall. Not many picnickers come here for spiritual training, Maya. I feel winter's chill from the bare leaf trees today. Sigh. What is it about winter that turns people into poets? I don't know, but my toes are starting to feel numb. Maybe you should put on a jacket? I mean, you've been wearing that same Shinto priestess garb for pretty much the entire case. Does this take place in Tokyo? Is this... Oh yeah, she is also in sandals, Ivy. Let's see. Oh, Tokyo's at about the same latitude as Los Angeles, so I guess if it was Tokyo, that would be fine, but... Oh, the English localization puts it in California. Well, I suppose California can even get still kind of chilly in the evenings at wintertime. Yes, yes. Oh, that's it? Well, maybe Edgeworth will talk to us now. No. Is there something more we need to... We don't have anything in the court record. There's nothing more to talk with them about. Can't present them with anything. There's nowhere else to go except right. I guess we can talk to Maya. Well, what should we do? What do you mean? Let's investigate. We should talk to Mr. Edgeworth and check out the crime scene. Oh, I've never had to do that one before. Okay, let's present that. That badge, pal. You're showing that to the wrong guy, pal. You gotta show that to someone who needs it. Oh, to Edgeworth. I see, I see. I'm picking it up now. Your attorney's badge? Edgeworth, let me defend you. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Good one, right? But I'm not that hard up. Not yet. Your trial is tomorrow, and no other attorney in the entire city will defend you. I'm pretty sure you are. What do you mean by that? Me? Trust a wet behind-the-ears lawyer with only 3 trials under his belt? Never. What? My case is near hopeless, right? Every defense attorney I've talked to has turned me down. What? Simply put, they were afraid they'd lose. Well, in this system, they're pretty much right. It occurred to me that it might be my fault that they lack confidence. After all, I did get every single one of their clients declared guilty. I don't believe it. Regardless, I don't want you involved in any of this. You in particular, I cannot ask to do this. There's that tension again. Edgeworth, this is really hard for me to ask, but you didn't do it, right? Right? Think what you will. I have only one request. Huh? Stay out of this case. Why? But Nick is trying to help you. I know that. But I don't want your help, okay? Why not? Look, just go away and leave me alone. Nick, Mr. Edgeworth did it, didn't he? Maya, let's go investigate elsewhere. But Nick... is it true? No one will take Mr. Edgeworth's case? Yeah, he's a bit of a celebrity. If you defended him and lost, your reputation would be sure to suffer. What's more, the case against him is, well, it's pretty solid, see? I suppose it would be if they have a witness. Hey, pal. Don't tell me you're going to turn your back on him, too. Remember the Steel Samurai case? Mr. Edgeworth helped you get your client declared innocent. I know. I went to Edgeworth. I tried. He really doesn't want us to represent him. Especially not us, he said. What? Well, that doesn't make any sense, pal. You should have heard him talking about you after that trial. He kept saying, right, 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 over and over. Adel, is this where that Twitter content comes from? I'm not sure that's a good sign. Neither am I. Why wouldn't he want your help, pal? I don't get it. Detective Gumshoe, sir. What? Find something? No, sir, not yet. But there was a call from the precinct. They want to hold an investigation briefing. A briefing? Right, I'm off. Oh, sorry, pal. I guess you heard. I gotta go. Any last things you want to ask me about before I head back? The autopsy report, yes. Well, yes. Do you have any information on the victim? Yeah, we don't even know the victim's name. Sorry, they haven't worked up the autopsy report yet. I'm still waiting for it myself. Actually, say, if you get the time, drop by the precinct. We can talk more over there, pal. You're not coming back, detective? Probably not, pal. So what should we do if we have something to talk to you about? Ah, right. Here, I'll show you how to get to the precinct. Come down and see me anytime. Oh, hey, Detective Gumshoe. Wait, we'd like to take a look around in the park. Can we walk around? Yeah, no problem, pal. You got my permission. Cool. You know, Nick, I think there's something to be said for talking to people when they're busy. Yeah, they don't have the time to think about not giving you information. That's actually a very valid and well-researched point that a lot of con men use. You talk to like a receptionist or something when they're busy and they don't have the time to really think about what they're telling you. It's a police investigation technique as well. We're learning all the time, class. Right, now let's get investigating. All right, let's go to the beach. Wowzers, this is Gourd Lake? Yep. I'm not sure it warrants a wowzers, though. Probably not. But hey, look at that snack stand. Samurai dogs? I want a samurai dog, please. I bet they're great. With a name like Samurai Dog, how could they not be? They're a little behind the times, though. The kids are all into the pink princess now. Well, yeah. I mean, like, you know. Okay, see some birthday stuff. Oh, someone left some poppers here. You know, pull the string, and it goes pop. And it goes pop. Yeah, I know the ones. You see them a lot around New Year's. Oh, those kind of poppers. Oh. Hey, Nick, they might be a clue. Happy New Year's. Yes, indeed. Nobody caught my little joke about the poppers. Come on, admit it. You just want to pop them, right? Was it that obvious? Poppers. I suppose it couldn't hurt. Huh? Where'd they go? Into my pocket. Aegis is going down the chart for that joke, Ivy? Well, I can't actually, because I'm always at the top with the teacher's pet, because I'm the teacher. Poppers put into pocket. Hello, Rao. Bop it. Twist it. Pull it. Of course.
Bop it. Twist it.
I have, Rao, you've never played with that one. I have played with that one a few times. It is not as fun as the commercial might make you believe. Okay, some Christmas decorations on the samurai dog. A hot dog stand. It's closed. The Christmas fringe looks a little half-baked. Hello, Seals Eat Fish. Welcome, welcome. It is good to see you again. It is good to see our lone teacher's pet here. What I enjoyed was the Bop It Extreme. Now that one did have something to it. Because there was more to do with it.
Pop it. Flick it. Pull it. Twist it. Flick it. Spin it. Pop it. Flick it. Spin it. Out.
Oh,
Nice going. High score.
Bop It Extreme with the spinner and the flicker. Yeah. Basically like a Simon Says type of thing. Same kind of concept. The green flick, it always looks like a French fry shape to you, Ivy. Yes, it does. A Botara fusion of Simon Says and Bop It, Rao? But how are you, Seals? How are you? You don't have the hand-eye coordination for Bop It Extreme? It is extreme. It's right in the name. Let's see. The banner reads Samurai Dogs. Somebody needs to redecorate. The trash can is empty. At least the place is well maintained. So maybe there was a janitor or something, or a custodian. A lineup of plastic benches. I guess the idea is you buy a dog and eat it here. I doubt anyone would sit here and eat on a day like this. Except maybe Maya, if she had a samurai dog. Huh. I almost didn't see that signpost. Left, boat docks. Right, exit. Seals says, the seals are the dogs of the sea. They are like little puppers, aren't they? And Rao, the cold grip of age is dulling your reaction time. I was looking at that video and it said, vintage 1998 toy. And 1998 is vintage now. Yes, Rao, internal screaming. Actually, I would say that this is the... This is the image that I think sums up my feelings on 1998 being vintage. Ivy, in the original Japanese, they were samurai buns instead of hot dogs. Oh, yes. Like a sweet roll or something. Yeah, poor Mr. Uncanny Incredible. Wow, Gourd Lake is really big. Yeah. Say, Nick, why is it called Gourd Lake? Is it shaped like a gourd? Is it shaped like a squash? Oh. Well, a long time ago, they used to grow gourds here. Oh. Wow, no way. I was sure it was because the lake looked like a gourd when viewed from above. You know, like an hourglass shape? Well, it is shaped like a gourd, actually, but that's just a coincidence. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, well, let's look at the Gourd Lake Woods. Yeah, how is that a coincidence, Ivy? Did people just not see it from above until after they named it? Oh, this looks suspicious to me. I like it here, Nick. Look, someone's camping right next to the no camping sign. They've got guts camping on the scene of a murder and in a place where they are not allowed to camp. Hey, Nick. If they were camping here last night, they might know something about the murder. That's true. Good call, Maya. Let's go talk to them. First, we're going to examine all this stuff. Hey, Nick. What? Don't tell me you're hungry again. It's a month late for pumpkins, Maya? Yeah, that's true, Seals. That's true, Seals. Maybe she wants some other kind of gourd. I'm not familiar with all the different types of gourds, though. I was just wondering, why are camping pots and pans made of aluminum? They didn't talk about that in any of the law books. Maybe it's because aluminum is relatively cheap and can be fashioned really easily and it has a low melting point. I think that might be the reason. Because you can melt aluminum cans yourself in like a little home DIY forge. You can melt a bunch of cans and make yourself stuff. Seals. Well, technically, you can put it in the microwave. Once. You can put aluminum in the microwave. Once. So there's no law saying they have to be made out of aluminum then? I'm not having this conversation with you, Maya. There's food and some magazines on the sheet. It takes a pretty tough skin to camp in this cold. It's debatable, Seals. I suppose you could put it into the remains of the microwave after it has exploded. The sign says, no camping. Funny place to pick to pitch your tent. Wait, what if the sign said, no setting tents on fire? What? Oh, buy a new microwave and do it again, Seals. Well, you can only put it into the same microwave once. And then into the remains of the charred husk of that microwave. I don't think they have signs like that, Maya. Oh. What? Why would she think? The trees grow quite thick here. Further back, the trees fade into the shadow where the sunlight can't reach them. Slide to the left. Yeah, let's check out this equipment. This camera has a mic and some sort of attachment. It must take pictures when triggered by a noise. Well, they're looking for Gordy. Wow, cool. Let's try it out. I don't think we should touch their equipment, Maya. Seals, you're more familiar with legumes than gourds. I do enjoy a good legume. I don't know about you, but a good legume does me some good. Hi, I'm Nick. Maybe I'm not saying it loud enough. Hey, I'm Nick. Huh. Nick! Will you stop that? Maybe it's broken. Don't kick it. Maybe it isn't set to respond to voices. Well, what then? These things? The party poppers? Party poppers? Oh, right. Those kind of poppers. Right. Moving on. I guess they were those kind. Well, it responded. And it would have responded if there was a gunshot. Very good. We're moving right along in this case. Yeah. I need a voice for this. Hey you, get your hands off of that. Eek! What in the Sam Hill? Look what you done now. There goes a whole roll of film. What? Huh? Sorry. Sorry's nice, but it don't pay my bills. You all know how much that roll of film costs? I'll pay you back. What were y'all thinking setting off a party popper in a place like this? Well... 6,000 million yen? What? Don't try to play stupid with me just because you think I'm some country bumpkin. Oh, I kind of had the voice right. Yeah, I know how y'all Yanks think. She just spawned right in there, Seals, yep. I say, those southern folks talk with exaggerated drawl. Why, they must be dumb. Well, let me tell you, just because I might be dumb don't mean we all are. Nick, help. And who are you now, her chaperone? Yeah, no, rather, we're sort of friends? Just figure out what y'all are gonna say and just say it for bejesus's sake. Hello, Bags. Your internet is being poo, unfortunately. Sorry to hear that. You finally got it to work? Things are going pretty well. We've gone from Maya being in jail to Phoenix Wright being in jail to the prosecutor being in jail. I hope she says darling, Rao. Well, Edgeworth is possibly a murderer now, so maybe good, maybe not. Maybe he killed someone who needed to be killed. Ivy gaslit us. Well, maybe he killed someone really bad. In which case, that would be cool. My estimation of Edgeworth would go up. Yeah, Seals, she probably should have gone to juvie instead. Ivy rolled up in the Hindenburg. Let's see. God, I'd rather sit through one of Papa's draws than listen to you stutter all day. Ooh, boy. You think he killed someone for being accused, Bags? That's possible, yes. I guess we should pay her for the film. Watch it. Yeah, yes, ma'am. On second thought, I'll pay later. I'm really sorry. Well, let's tell me your name at least. What? Can't you see I'm changing the film on my camera here? Someone, I'm not naming any names, but someone used up a whole roll. Well, you can't name names because we haven't told you our names, and you haven't told us yours. Sorry. That didn't work. I wonder if I have anything to show her that would get her attention. I mean, I only have this. I literally only have... this is my badge. Huh? Aren't badges supposed to be all shiny and impressive? You a cop or something? I'm a lawyer. Oh, that's gonna be even worse. What? Y'all ain't gonna try and pull one of them lawsuits on me over that film now. 'cause I'll have y'all know I'm a fighter and I've wrestled meaner looking things than you. No, that's not it at all. We're here investigating a murder that took place here on the lake. A murder? Sounds cool. Why didn't y'all say that in the first place? Go ahead, ask me anything you like. Finally, some cooperation. You two, y'all can come out of hiding now. I won't bark hard. Where did Maya get to? Sorry. I'm scared little puppy. I was feeling a little overwhelmed, the culture gap and all. Well, I get it. Never you mind, honey. I can talk Yank for you if you like. If it pleases you. Thanks. I think I'll be okay. Great then. I'm Lotta Hart. Okay, her name is Lotta Hart. I'm here photographing meteor showers for a research project. Oh, I thought she was out here shooting Gordy. Mighty pleased to meet you. Okay, now we can talk to her about what happened. Oh yeah, when was that murder anyway? I ain't seen much television lately. It happened late in the night on Christmas Eve. That's so. Christmas Eve. A man on a boat was shot. Did you see anything? Well, let me see. A boat, you say? I reckon I might have seen one. Not sure, though. Y'all gotta remember, I've been watching this here lake for a good 3 days now. I seen enough boats to choke a mule. Kinda hard to remember which was when I seen. I mean, I think a single boat would choke a mule. It would not take that many boats to choke a mule. Okay, the camera. That's quite a camera you have there. Y'all better know it. It's German-made, a genuine Solingen. Yeah, there is actually a German camera company like that. Huh, anyway. Isn't that where they make knives? What? What? Huh? Phoenix, what? So what's that device you have stuck to the camera? Huh? Device? Your camera went off all by itself when I fired my party popper. Oh, that mic triggers the shutter whenever it detects certain sounds. It's programmed to pick up loud noises right now. A programmable camera? Neat! Lotta's camera added to the court record. Let's ask Lotta about Lotta. So what is it you do, Lotta? Huh? Me? Haha, y'all don't really want to know that, do ya? Actually, I'm a research student at Country U, right in the heart of the heartland. Okay, so she goes to Iowa or something. She goes to Nebraska. She's like a corn husker. Wow, neat. Nick, she's a research student at a university. Country U, the Iowa of Japan. What's the part of Japan? Osaka, yeah. The country bumpkin, with the accent and such. Isn't that the accent that Goku is supposed to have in the original? He has he's a country bumpkin accent. It doesn't really come across in the English dub. Oh, so I hear. So, when did you come up here? Let me see. I guess it was about 3 days ago. What are you photographing? Didn't I tell you that already? Meteors. Yep, meteor showers. Falling stars. Well, we know that's probably not true. She's probably trying to shoot Gordy. Okay, we've detected everything here. Sliding, examining. This SUV has seen better days. It looks fine to me. Oh, it's dented all over. I can't believe anyone would drive their car down here. Okay, I think we've done everything here. Back to the beach. Go back to the... Oh, now we can go to the boat rental shop. Nick, what is this place? Well, Maya, right behind you is a sign that says boat rentals, and a bunch of boats lined up in a row next to the building that says boat rentals. I'm going to use my lawyer deductive reasoning and say, it's a boat rental shop. A boat rental shop. Closed for Christmas, it seems. I guess a murder taking place on one of the boats won't be good for business either. Well, a murder taking place in that hotel was really good for the business there. Is she threatening? I certainly feel threatened by her. Boats. I've never ridden on a boat. What? Really? Well, how about we go on one when the trial is finished? Be a shame if a murder happened here, Nick. Yeah. Well, your murder. Murderer. Let's see. Hey, good idea. You bet. Save a boat, ride a lawyer. Okay. They're probably closed because it's Christmas. Alright, what about these boats? There are some boats floating at the dock. Was one of these boats used in the murder, I wonder? Nick? Huh? I changed my mind. I don't really want to go for a boat ride. Okay. There's more forest off that way. I doubt I'd find any helpful clues in there. A boat ride on Gordy Lake. Alright, so we've checked out all of that. Checked out all of this. Checked out everything here. Oh, we could go back to the Criminal Affairs Department, yeah. Let's see what Detective Dick Gumshoe has going on. Looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here. Something wrong, miss? Turning yourself in? Okay, what did you do? Shoplifting? Larceny? Public indecency? You watch what you say about Maya. She's 17. No, none of those things. We're looking for Detective Gumshoe. Is he around? Gumshoe? Oh yeah, he's in a meeting right now. I don't think he'll be out anytime soon. Okay, we'll come back. You do that. Oh, and go straight home and stay out of trouble. No more shoplifting, you got that? What about Maya makes you think that she's shoplifting? Do I look like a criminal or something? I mean, kinda. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I thought. Maya gay crime art. She's gonna hook up with Mae Borowski. She looks like a Pokemon Psychic Gym Leader. She does indeed. She does look like a Pokemon Psychic Gym Leader. Like one of the ones you fight early on. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Your mama could see. You know she'd be crying. A break and spit it out, you low-life scumbag. He must be doing image training for interrogations. Huh. See, there's even a Pokemon right here. Hey, is that the police department's mascot? That's the Blue Badger. The Blue Badger? A badger, you say? Interesting. It was my idea. I made it. It's my mascot. I see. How nice. I'll get him assigned mascot of the Criminal Affairs Department if it's the last thing I do. Well, good luck. A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no. That's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Gord Lake? Gordy sighted. I don't believe it. Shouldn't you be reading something more important? No, he's the chief. He doesn't do anything. Trust me. Alright, so Detective Gumshoe isn't here. We've checked out everything at Gord Lake. Alright, he won't talk to us. Go back here. Any other ideas, Maya? Well, got any good ideas? Not really. I do my best thinking when I'm standing underneath a waterfall. What else should we need to do here? We've examined everything here. Faces the lake. Yeah, I mean, it faces the lake. So I don't really think she's photographing meteors. I think she's telling us a fib. Who else would we even show the camera to? No one else will talk to us. We've examined everything. There's no one at the boat rental. That's a good point, Ralph. Could be catching meteors and their reflections over the lake. Who is that with the camera? Lotta something? Let's go talk to her about that photograph. Oh. We need to show Lotta Hart her own camera. I see. I should have figured that. Lotta? Yeah? So, your camera, it triggers on loud explosion noises? Yep. Actually, the victim in this case we're researching, he was shot with a pistol. A pistol? Right. Now, wouldn't a gunshot make a similar noise to our party popper? I guess it would. Your camera didn't get a picture of the murder, did it? Hey, y'all are pretty bright. Huh? I see what you're saying. Tell you what, I'll have a look-see at my film. It would have been a photo taken late last night. What if I got something? I could be a witness to a genuine murder. Yeehaw! I'll go check that film. Y'all come back now, you hear? Y'all come back now, you hear? She went inside her SUV. I guess we should come back later. I see, I see. Maybe now Detective Gumshoe will be back. I guess Detective Gumshoe is still in that meeting. Wow. Hey! Thanks for coming down, pal. Detective Gumshoe! We just finished the meeting, see? For better or for worse. I get the feeling we're in for some bad news. Do you know anything about the victim yet? No. Still can't ID him, pal. Mr. Edgeworth said anything? Not a word, pal. So how did the meeting go? I can't tell you, pal. You're a lawyer. True. You know, I don't know what to believe anymore, pal. Sure, Mr. Edgeworth's human like you or me. Still, I get the feeling that if he'd done something wrong, he wouldn't go hiding it. That's just the kind of guy he is, pal. Why can't anyone else see that? Is Gumshoe also in some kind of tension? So they think that Mr. Edgeworth did it. Well, the trial's starting tomorrow as scheduled, pal. I see. Hey, in the end, you did tell us about the meeting. Don't go tell anyone else that, pal. Yes, sir. And do me a favor. Stand by Mr. Edgeworth, see? Yeah, I'm getting some feeling here. He needs help, and you're the ones to help him, pal. I'm sure he's got some reason why he won't talk to us. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. Okay, now tell me about Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, how come you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? Well, I think that was obvious. We got a strong working relationship, us two. We trust each other, and that's how it works. A working relationship? See, Mr. Edgeworth always gets his defendants declared guilty every time. Yeah, his methods might be a little extreme at times, pal. But there's a reason. He trusts our investigation, see? He trusts us to get the rights man. That's why I work extra hard, pal. We gotta earn that trust he places in us. I see. Mr. Edgeworth is a man you can trust. And you have my word on that, pal. Yeah, that's right, Rao. Methods like making stuff up on the fly, withholding evidence, coaching witnesses. Alright, at least give me the autopsy report. Yeah, I made a copy for you. Sweet. Cause, 1 bullet shot to the heart. Oh, time of death sometime on the 24th or 25th. Thank you. Nick? Huh? Can you show me that photo of the victim? That face. Someone you know? I don't know. I just have this feeling that I've met him somewhere a long time ago. Interesting. Oh, should we... Oh. Let's see if Edgeworth will talk to us yet. Nope. Oh, well, we can probably go back and see if she's got that photo now for us. Ah, Noma, you have purchased pasture-raised eggs with omega-3. Very good. Very good nutritional choice. It's probably better than the pickle juice you've been drinking. Yes, indeed, Ivy. The twists and turns are already starting. Hey, y'all. Lotta. Wait up a sec. We got bingo. Bingo? My automatic camera took 2 pictures last night. Hey. This is them. Take a look. Yep, that's a man pointing a gun at another man in a boat. See? See? He's shooting him with that pistol. It looks like that, yes. But you can't really tell who that is shooting. Yeah, well, there was enough fog out there last night to strangle a bullfrog. I don't think any amount of fog could strangle him. Any amount of fog could strangle a bullfrog. Although, only one... I don't know. But, you know, seeing these photos reminded me of something. What? I saw the murder happen. I'm a witness. What? Are you serious? Of course. How do you forget? Never mind. Y'all reckon I should tell the cops? Huh. Yeah, what do you think, class? Do I tell her to tell the cops or not? No way? Ivy says no. I reckon no. What's that? Now don't y'all think you can pull one over on me just because you speak the lingo. I know enough to know when you see a murder, you best tell the cops. It's my obligation as a citizen. Hey, so I'm off to talk to the cops. Y'all can have this photo. Later. Wait, Lotta. What, can't y'all see I'm kind of busy? Tell us what you saw too, please. Nice try, honey, but I wasn't born yesterday. I'm a witness, and that means I'm on the side of justice, and that means the cops. Yeah, why did she even ask us then? I'd sooner eat the south side of a northbound skunk than tell you. Lotta. Don't let it get your skivvies in a bunch. Friends today, enemies tomorrow. Or was that the other way around? No matter, I'm gone. Hey, maybe they'll let me do some testifying. Hot darn. She left. Well, that's one more witness. What do we do now, Nick? Well, if she saw something, there's not much we can do about it. The question is, what exactly did she see? I don't really know. I guess we'll find out in the trial tomorrow. Lake photo added to the court record. Looks like the police have given up their interviewing. Hey! What? Ah! Nick! I think Santa's mad at you. Ho ho ho, long time no see, Nick. Nick? You know Santa? Wow, Nick and Saint Nick. Hey, I see the connection. Don't be ridiculous. Dude, it's me. Larry, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm working my day job. I sell samurai dogs. Want one? Gotta get money for dates, you know. My girl, Kiance, deserves the best. Kiance? Not another model, I hope. Oh, Kiance's a fine, fine woman, Nick. It was her idea that I wear this costume. She was all, you go, girlfriend, you know. She bought this costume for me. That's great, Larry. Wow, a Santa costume. She must be really nice. Whoa, cute. Nick, who's she? She's not your... Not my what? No, she's not. I'm his partner, Maya Fade. I'm, the little sister. Sister? Wow, Nick must be tough. Working 9 to 5, having to take care of a little sister? No, I'm not Nick's sister. It's my older sister's little sister. Huh, sounds great. Don't worry, Maya, he's not listening. Well, I guess we had to talk to him about this. What happened? Hey, Larry, there was a murder here last night. And since you work here, have you heard anything? Nick, you're wasting your time. Last night was Christmas Eve. He was with Kiance, obviously. He wouldn't have been standing out here in the cold. Oof. I think what you just said caught him off guard, Maya. No, it's just Kiance's not in town right now. She's in Hawaii on a photo shoot. Oh, it's happening again, isn't it, class? It's happening again. A model. I knew it. Well, anyway, there was a murder here on the lake. The trial's tomorrow. Huh, neat. The defendant is Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Nick? Why would Larry know Edgeworth? Whoa, Nick. You don't mean that Miles Edgeworth? Old Edgy? Yeah, he's a murder suspect. Whoa, murder? Huh? You know Mr. Edgeworth, Larry? Yeah, much like you and me and Edgeworth, he has also been in jail for murder. Yeah, of course. Edgy was in the same class as us in grade school. Oh, wait. That too? What? Okay, tell me about the samurai dogs. Tell me about the dogs. Huh? Oh, you mean the samurai dogs. Why are they samurai dogs? I mean, they kind of look gourd-shaped. Oh, well, originally they were gourd dogs. You mean, you know, like guard dogs? Larry Revelations. Ouch. The samurai thing was Kiance's idea. Oh, she's my woman, you know. She was all, change the name and you go, girlfriend. She made me that banner. Man, the kids can't get enough of those samurai dogs. Something about that just seems wrong. Oh, and guess what? We're getting a ton of customers here at the lake, what with the big news. The big news? Yeah, Gordy. Gordy? Yes, Gordy. What's Gordy? Huh? You mean you don't know? It's here, in this very lake. A giant, mysterious monster. Gordy. Huh. I see. A monster? Yeah. Check it out. This is an article from yesterday's newspaper. There's a photo. Wow, it's really real. Nick, a monster. A real monster. Ah, real monsters? Hey, there's a quote here from the person who took the photo. What's this? I set the camera to automatic, and when we got into the frame, I heard a loud bang, like an explosion, followed by the sound of something slipping into the water. I wish I could have seen it. Why would there be a sound like an explosion? Larry, could I borrow this article from you? Sure, no problem. That'll be $1 million. $1 million? Grow up, Larry. Gordy article added to the court record. Alright, now let's talk about Edgy. So, Mr. Edgeworth was your classmate, Larry? Yeah, Nick, him, and I used to hang out all the time. Wow, I never knew. Don't get me wrong, he's always been kind of a stick in the mud. Studying all the time, trying to be like father. The revelations keep coming. Like his father? Yeah, Edgy's pop was a famous defense lawyer back in the day. Wow. Wait, you said defense lawyer? Yeah. Wait a second. But Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecuting attorney. What? Edgy's got a proboscis on his knee? What? No, he's a prosecuting attorney. That's like the total opposite of a defense lawyer. Huh, go figure. He always used to talk about defending the weak who were unable to defend themselves. Man, he used to go on and on about man's duty to society and all that. What a bore. I wonder what changed his mind, though. Do you know Nick? Nick? Huh. Interesting. Well, okay, we've talked to him about everything. Maybe we could talk to Edgy now. Let's go see if we can talk to Edgeworth. Probably not. Nope. Huh. Not a gumshoe in sight. If you're looking for Detective Gumshoe, he's in the questioning room. Apparently, an important witness turned up. Oh yeah, a lot of heart. He'll be in there a while. Lot of heart. It has to be. Uh-oh. Okay, so nothing we can really do there. There's just Larry now. And expensive-looking camera faces the lake. Next to it is a large microphone and a blue plastic sheet. Looks like a computer is attached to the camera. A computer is attached to the camera. What do you think, class? This is the only person we can still talk to or present anything to. What's this? You know, my eyes have been getting pretty bad lately, Nick. Actually, the photo's blurry, Larry. It was taken last night. Last night? I mean, he's the only person we can talk to. What do I do? What's that? It's a camera. You take pictures with it. Huh. But Larry, you mean you don't know what a camera is? Of course I know. Hey, you're looking at a bona fide junior high graduate. I was talking about the weird contraption on that camera. Oh, that. Well, it's hard to explain. Just forget about it. Well, don't go showing me it then. Jeez. Okay. Huh. Well, class, I'm at a loss now. Oh, there we go. What is it, Maya? Oh, nothing. Just something's been bothering me. Could you show me that autopsy report once more? Hey, I remember now. This guy. He's a lawyer that was at the office Maya worked at. I met him once when I went there to hang out with Sis. That office? Wait, you mean Grossberg's office? Right, that guy. That was the last name. That was the last name I expected to come up. Maybe I should go talk to him, for old time's sake. Okay, now we can go talk to Grossberg. Ahem. Ah, that old familiar clearing of the throat. Aha, you're Mia's something, are you not? I was her understudy, yes, Phoenix Wright. Aha, and you're Maya's something too, are you not? Her little sister, yes. You've grown. You've come to look a lot like your sister, you know. It takes me back. Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see. Mr. Grossberg, sir? Yes, I beg your pardon. Of course, you came here to discuss something. What is it then? Something the matter? Yeah, a dead guy. Strange. I feel as though I've seen this man somewhere before. Ah! Did you remember? He was a lawyer, here in my office. That's Hammond, Robert Hammond. Mr. Hammond. And you say this is the man Miles Edgeworth shot? Okay. There was a murder last night. A murder? Oh, I should have asked before I showed him the picture. Oh, well. You haven't heard? I just got up, you see. Well, Miles Edgeworth shot someone with a pistol. Edgeworth? What? Who did he shoot? Well, the identity of the victim is still unknown. No, it's not. I did this out of order. Sorry. Sorry, game. I was too quick for you. Who is this Hammond guy, anyway? Mr. Hammond? Yeah, he was the defense attorney in that case. That case? Yes, the DL6 incident. DL6. Why does that sound familiar? Because we just did that case. Or about that case. Perhaps you remember. That was the incident where the police were so at a loss they used the spirit medium. Wait, you don't mean... Was that medium my mother? Yes, my dear. The spirit medium, Misty Fey, your mother, contacted the spirit of the victim. But the case was a loss. No conviction was made. Tell me more about that, then. The DL6 incident, yes, happened 15 years ago. A very strange case indeed. They never caught the criminal, right? Misty Fey used her powers to talk to the spirit of the late victim. Her testimony led to charges being laid against one man. But Mr. Hammond won the case, and the suspect was declared innocent. And the police blamed my mother, calling her a fraud. You were the one who helped her out then, right, Mr. Grossberg? Yes, quite. Thank you. No, please, don't mention it. The DL6 incident? A weapon to surpass Phoenix Wright? Metal Gear. The Sahelanthropus? Liquid Snake? Zanzibar Land? But wait, what does that case have to do with Mr. Edgeworth? It has everything to do with Mr. Edgeworth, my dear. The victim in the DL6 incident was none other than his father, Gregory Edgeworth. Yeah, it wasn't a very good Solid Snake impression, Rao. Oh, you mean it was a solid Snake impression. These gold stars are for you. Hold on, we have to do... There you go. What? His father? If you want to know more, you should ask him yourself. Well, he won't talk to us. Show him this. I'm sure he'll talk to you. Oh, that must be his mother. Oh, her mother. This is a photograph of my mother. Misty Fey's photo added to the court record. Oh, that painting. Mr. Grossberg, whatever happened to that painting? We know he had to give it to the evil rich guy. Oh yes, I do not think it shall ever be coming back home to this office. I can't exactly claim it was stolen. I suppose it's my just desserts. Old, bitter desserts. That doesn't sound very appetizing. Old, bitter desserts? What's this? I was hoping you'd gotten the message the first time. Edgeworth, what about your defense? It's no concern of yours. Edgeworth? It's only been a matter of hours since you last visited. Yet you've made incredible progress in your investigation. I'll admit, I'm impressed, right? You were always single-minded in your work, though. Once you start on something, you always see it through, don't you? About the DL6 incident. Right. DL6. I didn't want you to find out about it. That is why I refused your offer to defend me. I'm sorry if it sounded like I thought you weren't up to the job. I just wanted to keep you away from DL6. So, do you still think it would have been better for me to stay away? I don't know. But I see no point in hiding anything from you now. Very well. He did indeed say that directly, Ivy. He did say, That you were more or less incompetent and he didn't want you defending him because of reasons, yes. Ask whatever you like and I will answer to the best of my abilities. Okay. Now tell me about DL6. The Zanzibar land incident, when my father died. Right before my eyes. He was shot and killed and I saw it all. My memories from that time are foggy. I suppose it's a self-defense mechanism. Yes, indeed it is. Significant trauma can, in fact, affect the memory. People tend to engage in what's called active forgetting. In any case, a suspect was arrested. A man. It's pretty clear he was the only one who could have killed my father. The spirit medium they used to talk to my late father said the same thing. It was an attorney by the name of Robert Hammond that cleared the suspect's name. And Hammond is the victim in the Gourd Lake murder. And Hammond is the victim in the Gourd Lake murder? Correct. That spirit medium, that was my mom. What? You mean you're... It's strange. I thought that terrible incident was about to end, and now... this. About to end. The DL6 incident happened 15 years ago. 15 years ago, on December 28th. December 28th? The statute of limitations on that case runs out in 3 days. What? Nick? What does that mean? When a case's statute of limitations runs out, legally, the case never happened. 3 days from now, DL6 will be closed. Forever. What happened to the suspect? The one who got off innocent? I don't know. He disappeared from public view. Nobody knows where to. If he's still alive, he'd be about 50 years old now. So your father was a lawyer? He was. Gregory Edgeworth. He was quite famous at the time, apparently. So you were sort of trying to follow in his footsteps? I'd rather not talk about it. Let's see if we can present anything to him here. Who would have thought there'd be a photo? I see that we have a redeem from Cyrus, our good bird friend, to change form, to transform. So we will do exactly that. We just put on my mask here that allows me to transform. Let me just put this on here real quick. Just put this on. There we go. Let's, you know, I get a little excited when the mask comes on. Henshin? Henshin? Hold on. I need to go through this little process here to transform myself. Just see about this mask. I think it's working. That's better. Good morning. It is good to see you again. You crave something slightly less than violence, I see. I don't enjoy violence either. Ah, there we go. Well, we are Badger once again. Back in our Badger form. Hello, hello. Who is this Henshin that people are mentioning? Henshin? Henshin Impact? Should I get a Henshin Impact sponsorship? Edgeworth, did you shoot him? What do you think, right? Oh, Henshin is the term for those magical girl transformation sequences. I would actually like to get a little animated sequence that goes along with that. But that is a lot of work. I also need to make it so that the transformation is automatic whenever someone does the redeem. That is possible. I just need to download a little app and then have it automatically go into the right position and make sure that the mask is on at the same time. Yes, yes. Pay Bunlith a bunch of money and she'd do a PSX style one. I'm not familiar with Bunlith. Or having lots and lots of money. I'm a teacher after all. So you didn't shoot him? No, I didn't. It wasn't me. Right. It pains me to ask you this now. I know. You want us to defend you. Yes, will you? Of course we will. Ah, who could have guessed this day would come? Not me. This is my chance to finally pay you back. Pay him back? Pay me back? For what? I don't remember ever doing anything for you. Never mind. I guess you don't really need to know. Huh. My letter of request. Please give it to Detective Gumshoe. Heck yeah. Well, I guess we should. What's that? Earthquake? Nick! It's a big one! Wah! Oh, it's calming down. Whew! That was scary. Huh? Where's Edgeworth? There, he's on the floor in a ball, shivering. I guess he doesn't do so well with earthquakes. I don't think most people would do so well with earthquakes. I think that's a terrifying experience. I think it would be more normal to not do well with earthquakes. I've heard of running, but curling up in a ball? Well, actually, I think kind of, you know, curling up under a desk or something, some heavy object, that's sort of the recommended thing to do when you are in an earthquake. Well, I guess we're done. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't seem like he's going to stand up anytime soon. Let's go, Nick. Right. We have to give Edgeworth's letter of request to Detective Gumshoe. What's going on here, pal? Eek! What's wrong? What's wrong, Detective? This wild lady comes in here just a while ago, see? Says she came to talk to y'all after hearing what Mr. Wright had to say. What's this all about, pal? Why are you going around finding more witnesses? You want to give Mr. Edgeworth a death sentence, pal? No, not at all. Just, I mean, she did see something. There's nothing I can do about that. I can't go around covering up evidence. You trying to say something about the way I do my job? No, sir. Present the letter of request. Look what I got. Hey, you did it, pal. I'm glad I waited till the last minute to file those papers. I'll rip them up and start new ones for you. Thanks, Detective. We'll see you in court tomorrow, then. Good luck, pal. You guys feel that earthquake a little while back? I was worried, pal. Worried? We're fine. I've lived out my whole life here. I'm pretty used to them by now. Oh, is it a California thing? Oh, I wasn't worried about you two. I was worried about Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, he was worried about Mr. Edgeworth, huh? He did seem to overreact a little, now that you mention it. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised, pal. It was a pretty big quake. I'm gonna go check on him. You two go eat and get your rest for tomorrow's trial. Yeah, why don't you go check on your friend and your close working relationship? I wonder what it is with Mr. Edgeworth and earthquakes. I wonder. He was never that scared of them when he was in school. How many earthquakes do you guys experience? Then again, I only really got to know him in 4th grade. Oh, in Japan, I guess, and it is in California in the translation. But, I wonder what happened to Edgeworth. To be continued. Oh, now we go to the first day of the trial. Oh, Adel, you remember feeling one a couple months ago when you lived in Japan. Oh, wow. I did not know either of those things. You'll have to tell us about it. Here we go. That's right. Manfred von Karma. He's the best prosecutor there is. He hasn't lost a case in his 40-year career. Well, the system does seem set up for that. He is a god of prosecution, right? A god. Not a single case. He'll do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. Sounds like someone else I know, Edgeworth. You don't understand. I mean, he'll really do anything. Manfred von Karma is a man to be feared. That's quite a claim coming from someone who forges evidence. He taught me what it really means to prosecute. What? Just picture a prosecutor as vicious as me, multiplied by a factor of 10. So he was your teacher then, Mr. Edgeworth? Something like that. And now he's trying to get you found guilty? What a creep! Oh wait, maybe he's planning on losing on purpose to help you out. Not a chance. He hasn't lost once in 40 years. 40 years. He's as ruthless as me times 20. Well, you just said times 10. Adel, you saw mostly small ones, though. The biggest one was in... Oh, the biggest one I was in the most... Hold on. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Mostly small ones, though. I think during the biggest one I was in, the most that happened was a shelf falling over. Okay. That makes sense. I'm glad everything was okay. Like I said, he's a god among prosecutors. I think your syntax was okay. I was trying to read ahead into the next sentences. And I got like the biggest one I was in the most, rather than the biggest one I was in the most that happened. Yeah, I got myself tripped up there. Speaking of Maya, Maya? Uh-huh. We could really be using Mia's help right now, don't you think? Oh. I can't. Sorry, I tried, I really tried, but I couldn't reach. You couldn't reach? I think it's because I haven't been training. My powers are weak again. Oh man, what bad timing. I guess you really needed that waterfall. I'm really sorry. I'll try my best. I hope so. What are you whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. Well, it's time. Let's head in. The court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. We haven't actually seen Phoenix's face for a while. Mr. Von Karma, is the prosecution ready? Fool. Do you seriously think that I would stand here were I not completely prepared? You just called the judge a fool? Right, my apologies. Even the judge is apologizing to this guy? Oh, this is a crock. He's even got the judge scared. Very well. Your opening statement, please. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? A foolish fool who is foolish. Or nothing, of course. That should be fine. The prosecution may call its first witness. What's with this guy? Is he royalty or something? How am I supposed to fight against this? I call the detective in charge of the case, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Okay. Describe the incident. Now. Yes, sir. Please take a look at this map, see? The murder happened late Christmas Eve, around midnight, see? There was one boat in the middle of the lake, pal. There were 2 men on the boat. Now, there happened to be a woman camping here on the edge of the lake. At 12:10 a.m., she heard 2 pistol shots. Then the boat started to move. They went toward the boat rental shop. Testify to the court about the arrest now. Wait, Mr. Von Karma? Yes. Actually, I'm the one that's supposed to be handling these proceedings. Wrong. There is only one thing you need to do here. You will slam down your gavel and say the word guilty. That is your role. Yes, of course. You're quite right. What the actual... Come on now. Come on now. Objection. Screw this guy. A man called into the station around 30 minutes after midnight, see? We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all, but the next morning a body was found in the lake. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth, pal. I see. Very well. Begin your cross-examination, attorney. Now. Okay. They just had to, Ivy. That's right. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth did say that he was there. He did say he was there. Okay, now that's just Gumshoe trying to protect. Hold it! Yeah, did you find any clues on the body? A single bullet was recovered from the body, see? He was shot through the heart, fatally. I see. A single shot, though. A single shot. Oh, a bullet. See, class, we're gonna do a short little lesson here. This is what a bullet looks like. But this is what a bullet looks like before it actually hits anything. The casing goes around here on the outside, right? And then the bullet hits something. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. So, this is what a bullet actually, more or less, looks like. It's sort of actually crushed and, hit something. So this bullet did not hit anything. I'm guessing that's just sort of an aesthetic thing, though. Judge, here's the bullet. It didn't strike bone, so its shape is well preserved. It still gets pretty well mangled up in there. Very well. The court accepts this bullet into evidence. .22 caliber pistol. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, why did you have to arrest Mr. Edgeworth? Why is that? Well, we found the murder weapon in the boat. Okay. Can you please admit the murder weapon into evidence? Would you like to possibly present the murder weapon into evidence? Might that be a good idea, detective? A pistol. Detective Gumshoe. That is a vital piece of information. Please revise your testimony. And also, please put the piece of evidence into evidence. Right. Sorry, Your Honor. The murder weapon we found in the boat was decisive evidence. Yeah, please show me this gun. What about the pistol made it decisive evidence? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Is the same evil laugh as Edgeworth. There were fingerprints on the pistol found in the boat, see? They were clear prints from Mr. Edgeworth's right hand. Okay, that would have been really great evidence to know. So, Mr. Edgeworth's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon. Yes, Your Honor. Judge, this is the weapon in question. Accepted into evidence. It's kind of an ugly cross between a Luger and a Beretta M9. Members of this court, we now have the pistol used in the murder and the bullet found in the body. Detective. Yes, sir. Was the bullet you found in the body fired from this pistol? Yes, the ballistic markings on the bullet match the pistol. Nick, what does he mean, ballistic markings? Shocking. To imagine someone here does not know something as basic as ballistic markings. Nick, he's glaring at me. Very well, I'll explain. Totally. Actually, Judge, you do it. Me? Ballistic markings are like the fingerprints of a gun. The barrel leaves distinctive marks on each bullet it fires. You can examine these ballistic fingerprints to see which gun fired the shot. It's quite accurate. Indeed. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The bullet found in the victim's heart was, without a doubt, fired from this pistol. This pistol which, as you may recall, was covered with the defendant's own fingerprints. Order, order! Well, Judge, I'd say it's almost decisive, yes. Honestly, I could declare a verdict at this point. However, you wish to hear the witness speak, no doubt? Very well. I am somewhat fatigued, and so will take a brief break. I will call my witness after the recess, which will last 10 minutes. Judge! Yes? What are you doing? A 10-minute recess, now! But wait, Just bang your flimsy gavel and get on with it, man. Yes. Yes, Rao, a literal child does not have a degree in criminal forensics. How dare she? It's a 17-year-old who has not graduated from law school. This court will take a 10-minute recess. Who's running this court anyway? Edgeworth, what's going on here? Your fingerprints were found on the murder weapon. And that foggy photo makes one thing clear. The only one who could have shot that man was the person in the photo. True. Was that you in the boat? Yes, it was me. I mean, someone could have been lying down in the boat. But you must believe me. I didn't shoot him. Then who did? I don't know. You don't know? Weren't you right there? I heard a gunshot from very close by. Then, the other man fell from the boat. I can't say why, but I thought at the time that he had shot himself. You mean it was a suicide? That's the only explanation I can come up with. Huh. Say, Maya? Huh, what? Any progress with Mia? Oh, sorry, it's no good. Ugh. I know, I'm no good for anything, am I, Nick? Not really, Maya. Ah, good point, Rao. It might have come from the front or the back. And maybe Miles was going to shoot him. Maybe Miles was going to shoot him. And it's one of those... Wasn't there an Agatha Christie case like that where a person was going to commit murder, but then someone else killed the person before they could? No, Ivy. Penny Nichols is the only cinnamon roll I recognize in this game. If I can't call my sister, I might as well not be here, right? No, I need you here, I guess. It's okay, Nick. You don't have to make me feel better. Honestly, that's fine. What's more, I'm a spirit medium who can't even contact spirits. Everyone has their off days, and sometimes it leads to someone going to prison for jail. Prison for jail. Prison for life for murder. I mean, I've just been getting lucky lately. But you never know when my luck is going to run out. Whoa, right? Don't jinx this case any more than it already is. It's bad for my heart. Oh, so sorry. Okay. Court is back in session. Mr. Von Karma, call your witness. Yes. Will Miss Lotta Hart take the stand? Lotta Hart, you are a research student at a university? That I am. Good. Begin by telling us what you saw the night of the incident. And don't add anything trivial or subjective. Understand?
Y'all need to learn some manners.
This guy's point face makes me want to kill him.
Yeah, I understand.
Very well. Your testimony, please.
It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. I heard this bang come up from the lake. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. Then there was another bang. There wasn't nary a thing on the lake but that boat.
Enough.
Huh?
Judge, she happened to take a photo of the incident. This is that photo. Accept it as evidence. Well, this is a surprise. This looks like the very moment of the murder. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Order. I will remove people from this courtroom if I do not have order immediately. As the witness testified, she looked at the lake when she heard the shot. There were no other boats on the lake, so the man in the boat with the victim must have been the one who shot him. Yes, it was the defendant, Miles Edgeworth. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Order, order, order! I will have order! Well, Judge, the evidence is decisive. I have very little doubt about this case. Gavel. Very well. This court finds the defendant. Objection! Wait, Your Honor. I haven't cross-examined the witness yet. A cross-examination? We have photographic proof. What question can there possibly be? This photo is worth 1,000 words, and they all read guilty. You lose. Or do you claim to have found a contradiction in her testimony? A tasty contradiction. Very well. If you have to, you may cross-examine the witness. You will only flounder and ask meaningless questions. You will fail to find anything. And then I will have you held in contempt of court.
Nick, contempt?
Contempt of court, you know.
I guess I understand. Well, what are you going to do? Do you really think there was a contradiction in the facts in her testimony?
I think there was.
You lose. Good day, sir.
I think I noticed one little thing.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Wow, I'm impressed, Nick. I didn't notice anything.
Yep, 2 bullets. Or 2 shots. Yeah. I understand. I will cross-examine the witness. You can't hold someone in contempt of court for doing a cross-examination. I pray for your sake this isn't a waste of time.
It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car.
Weren't you looking for meteors?
Hold it!
Why were you camping there anyway?
I'm a research student at my university. I was taking pictures to use in my research.
What research? This all sounds suspicious. Miss Hart, could you be more specific about your research? Objection. What does the witness's motive in camping by the lake have to do with this case? The answer is nothing. I object to this line of questioning. Objection sustained. Wait now, I'm the one who says that. Well then, say it already. Objection sustained. I heard this bang come up from the lake. Did you really?
Hold it!
So you weren't looking at the lake at this time?
Nope. I looked after I heard that noise.
She said that already. I asked you to find contradictions, not leisurely chat with the witness.
Hold it!
I haven't lost any points yet, so I'll just keep going. Could you clearly see the two men?
Just look at the picture. Clear enough for you?
Wait a second. I wasn't asking you about the photo. I was asking if you saw the two men. Two gents.
Yeah, well, of course.
The witness has testified that she saw them. There's also a photo. You'd best look elsewhere for your precious contradictions. He jumped in rather quick. He's hiding something. Then there was another bang. But what about the two bullets? There's only one bullet recovered. Were you watching the very moment the shot rang out?
Well, yeah, sure.
You're asking meaningless questions. Meaningless. Contradictions, Mr. Wright, not meaningless babble. I know I hate this guy.
There wasn't nary a thing on the lake but that boat.
Hold it. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, sure as a country gal can be.
Sounds pretty sure. How come you're so sure?
Well, heck, I scanned the whole lake.
Scanned the whole lake. It almost sounds like she's more interested in the lake than the boat. Miss Hart, you... Mr. Wright, the witness has answered the question in full. No need for further questions. Objection sustained. That's what I'm... Sustained. Yes, of course. I think we've heard all we need to hear, Mr. Wright. It seems you are unable to find a contradiction in the testimony worth noting. But Your Honor... You keep your promise. Mr. Wright, I am afraid that I will have to penalize any further outbursts by holding you in contempt of court. And if that happens, you'll have to leave the courtroom immediately. Understood? Uh-huh.
Nick, Lotta's testimony is fishy, Nick. Real fishy.
Yeah, that wasn't productive at all, Ivy. I know what you mean. But if I can't say anything, what can I do? I believe we've covered the evidence sufficiently to make a decision. Then pass your judgment. Very well. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, please take the stand.
Hold it.
Well, who was that?
It was me.
Is something wrong? Do you need to use the facilities?
No, I do not. Lotta Hart, your testimony stinks. It's unclear whether you were actually looking at the lake. It's highly doubtful that you actually saw Mr. Edgeworth. Tell us the truth. This is a matter of life or death. Lotta, did you really clearly see Mr. Edgeworth that night? Did you see him fire that pistol?
You will stand down. The court does not acknowledge the defense's outburst.
Answer me, Lotta. What's the big idea treating me like some kind of criminal? I saw him. I swear it. I saw Edgeworth.
Enough. Judge, declare the defense in contempt of court. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but you were warned. Guard, escort Mr. Wright out of the courtroom. He is in contempt of court and must leave.
Wait, I was the one who made the outburst, Your Honor. Nick is innocent.
Huh. What's the difference? All that remains is for the guilty verdict to be declared. Isn't that right, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Wrong. Wrong, sir. Wrong. What? Did you hear what Miss Hart just said? She said she clearly saw Mr. Edgeworth. That was not in the testimony. That changes her testimony, and I have a right to cross-examine her again. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Order, 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 order. You're in contempt of court. It's too late for wild claims. Judge, sustain my objection. I'm sorry, Mr. Von Karma, but I cannot. What? Miss Lotta Hart has made a new testimony. The defense does have a right to cross-examine her again. I've had rights this whole time that you've been trouncing on. But he is in contempt of court.
No, I am. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me.
Very well. Maya Fey, you will leave the courtroom immediately.
Nick, I did what I could. You have to do the rest.
Maya. Well, that was the first good thing she's done tonight. Peh, I do not care for this melodrama. Listen well, Mr. Wright. I do not tolerate badgering of my witnesses. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. I hold myself in contempt. Why would you be any different? Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination. That last statement. I saw it clear as day. The man on that boat was Mr. Edgeworth. That photo makes it pretty clear that you can't see jack. Got you. Got you, Miss Hart. Finally.
What? You got what?
Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
The photo I took?
The very same. There's something I want you to see in this photo. It's quite clearly visible. The fog, Miss Hart. So? This picture was taken with professional, high-quality film, correct? Yet even it could not capture the faces of the men on the boat. Yet you claim you saw Mr. Edgeworth. How?
What? Why?
Mr. Wright has a point. That's why I told her not to say that in her testimony. Please. Yet now she has said it, Mr. Von Karma, so you told her what to say. How could you possibly see Mr. Edgeworth? Explain yourself. Miss Hart?
What?
Could you see the defendant that night?
Of course. I said I could and I meant I could.
Then please testify as to the circumstances of your sighting. He admitted, yes.
You're right. It was a cold night and the fog was thick as grits. So, once I was finished setting up my camera, I got back in the car. Still, I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard that noise out on the lake, I looked with my binoculars. See? No problem.
You used binoculars, which would absolutely do nothing to help you see through thick fog. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It's a cold night and the mist was thick as grits. Yeah, you should have testified to that first.
Okay, now tell me about these binoculars. They have special anti-fog technology?
Yeah, binoculars.
Yesterday you mentioned that you were out looking for shooting stars, correct?
Well, yeah.
Wouldn't you need a telescope, not binoculars, for that? I've got doubts about your camera, too. Was that really to take pictures of meteor showers? The camera is irrelevant to the case. You can't say that for certain. Mr. Wright, is the camera really relevant to this case? If you believe it is, you may continue with this line of questioning. But know this, if you find nothing with this, there will be consequences. Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to press further about the camera? Yes. The camera is of utmost importance, Your Honor. It is perhaps the key to this entire case. Therefore, I will continue my line of questioning. Gavel. Very well. Miss Hart, you will testify to the court about the camera.
Yeah, I hear you.
The camera was set up to take pictures of a meteor shower. Yeah, about this camera. What made you choose that lake to photograph the meteors? You know the fog gets thick on that lake. It's not very suited to stargazing.
Yeah, well, you see, I guess I wasn't thinking too straight, Har.
Mr. Wright, I will not have you badgering my witness because of her challenged intellect. Oh, damn.
Now, wait a minute.
Continue your testimony. You were saying how it was that you saw Edgeworth?
Grr.
No unnecessary comments, please. Yeah, that camera's not set up to do jack.
Objection!
You were photographing shooting stars? That's a lie.
So says who?
I saw the camera you set up yesterday. It was pointed directly at the lake. You have to point a camera upwards to take photos of the stars, Miss Hart. Gavel. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? The witness was not at the lake to photograph shooting stars, Your Honor. Well then, what exactly was she photographing? She was photographing the stupid monster. Miss Hart, this is what you were trying to photograph? What's this? A newspaper article? Gordy? Ah, the sighting at Gourd Lake. Well, Miss Hart?
I never heard of no lake monster. You got proof or something? Let's see you prove that I was down at the lake trying to photograph this Gordy.
Yeah. I have it. Proof. Intriguing. Very well, let's see it. And no joking around this time, please. Noma, yes, I will include the ability to add the head pat. Yes, yes.
Take that!
The proof, Miss Hart, is your own camera. Your camera was set to take photos in response to loud noises, correct? Thus, this photograph here, taken when a gun fired on the lake. And here, this article about Gordy. According to the article, Gordy made a loud noise when it emerged. Well, you were trying to photograph Gordy, weren't you? That's why you had set your camera to respond to loud noises. Gavel. Order. Order. I see. I too thought it was a little strange. Yeah, sure. Well, Miss Hart, you were camping there to try and take a photo of Gordy, weren't you?
Yeah. Not bad. Are all you lawyers that smart? So smart, boy, I was down there trying to photograph Gordy. You got me. So what? Huh? That don't change what I saw, does it?
Exactly. What you just used several precious minutes of our time to prove is nothing more than that the witness is an idiot who thinks monsters exist.
Hey!
But, as she so succinctly said, so what? It changes nothing. Not true. You were hiding the whole thing about Gordy for some reason. I know it. Miss Hart, why did you hide the fact that you were searching for Gordy from the court? Please revise your testimony.
Right, fine, I'll testify. It won't change nothing, though. Actually, I'm not a research student at a university, which we should have found out in disclosure. I'm an investigative photographer. Imagine what a scoop it'd be if I got a picture of that monster. That's why I was camping out by the lake. But that's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out at the lake. There wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. Then I saw a flash near one of the men's hands, and I heard another gunshot. I was looking right at the boat the whole time. Cross my heart and hope to fry. I hope you do, you idiot.
You jerk. You liar. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Objection.
The witness's testimony is unchanged from before. Whether she is a research assistant or photographer has no bearing on this case. There is no need to waste more of our time with another pointless cross-examination.
Objection!
Objection. I claim the defense's right to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Very well. You may begin the cross-examination. You seem so sure of yourself, you must have something in mind. Ha! That would be a first. You understand that this is your last chance at a cross-examination, Mr. Wright. If there is no problem with the testimony this time, we will let the witness leave. I will announce my verdict at that time, Mr. Wright. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. A lot of heart, more like a lot of fart. Investigative photographer, you idiot. Did you watch it the whole time?
Hold it!
There wasn't much else to look at. Yep. Yeah. Phoenix is right. Phoenix gave me the right point. If she heard a bang, she'd be looking for Gordy.
Objection!
Miss Hart, were you really looking at that boat? What's with you? Of course I was looking at it. It was the only thing out there. Any normal person to be looking at it.
You're not a normal person. I agree. Any normal person would. But you are far from normal.
What? Y'all want to step over here and say that?
You were camping at the lake to take a picture of Gordy. Think about it. What would you do if you heard a loud noise? You'd be scanning the lake for any sign of Gordy, that's what. You wouldn't give the boat a second thought. Yeah, totally all around. Gavel. Continue, Mr. Wright. You testified that you were watching the boat through binoculars. However, you wouldn't need binoculars to watch that boat. You needed them to search for Gordy, and that's what you were doing. That sound effect is like she got stabbed. Well? Well, now that y'all mention it, I did sort of take my binoculars and kind of scan the lake a bit. I mean, Gordy might be out there and all. Miss Hart, are you saying you were not watching the boat then? Stabbed with the truth. Sorry, y'all. I wasn't fibbing, really. I thought, I could be a witness to a murder and all.
I kind of got excited. I was sure I was watching that boat till now.
This is totally uncalled for.
But hey, you got the photograph, you got proof.
Still, we can't see who is shooting who in this.
Right. That's why I took the photo in.
Witness, that's enough. You've had a long day. Shut your pie hole. Wow. Oof.
Shut my what?
What was she going to say? She took the photo and what? Wait a second. She even had a photograph to prove it. But you really can't tell from the photo who is shooting. That's why she said she's going to enlarge the photo, pal. She said it'll drop the quality a mite, but should let us see who's... I don't remember this conversation with Gumshoe. She enlarged that photo. Why won't Von Karma let her show it? I've got a hunch. I bet that enlarged photo shows something bad for Von Karma. This is my chance. If I'm wrong, it'll mean prison for Edgeworth or worse. What should I do? Make her show the enlargement. You know, it's been rather quiet in the class without Aurora pelting me. It's quite nice. Miss Hart.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
Yeah, I don't know how I missed that, Ivy. Noma, you're wondering if craving that fat all the time is hunger for omega-3. That might be possible. There is quite a bit of gut intelligence that might be telling us something like that. Thank you for that little bit of excitement there, Ivy. Miss Hart, look at this photograph. You enlarged this photo, did you not?
Yeah, I did.
Why has that enlargement not been presented to the court? Because it does not exist.
What are y'all talking about? You were the one who told me not to show it in court in the first place. You old fool.
Ha-ha! What's the meaning of this, Mr. Von Karma? Miss Hart. Show the photo to the court. Show us the enlargement. The prosecution objects to the submission of this evidence. Objection denied. The witness will show the enlargement to the court.
Here it is.
We still cannot see who is firing in this. It could be the defendant, or maybe it's not. Regardless, I'll accept this as evidence. Happy now, Mr. Wright? You asked for the enlargement and you got the enlargement. And little good it has done any of us. That's why I requested she not show it. I suppose this means that the cross-examination is over, obviously. Then I would like to close the cross-examination of Miss Lotta Hart. And none too soon. That was a flagrant waste of my time. Mr. Von Karma, do you have anything to add? I stated everything I needed to when this trial began. Decisive evidence, a decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? Object to the enlargement. That's all I can do. Your Honor, there is something decidedly strange with this enlargement. Oh, you got very excited there, Rao, for some reason? Karma's been snapping his left hand the whole time. The shooter is left-handed. Maybe he did. I know it wasn't Edgeworth. Well, what might that be? Mr. Wright, you will show the court what you mean. What about this photo is strange?
Take that!
Here, Your Honor. The shooter? I'm not sure I understand. What about the shooter is strange? Look at the hand holding the pistol, Your Honor. The hand? That hand directly contradicts another piece of evidence. This man's left hand does what? This man's left hand does what? Let me show you. I'll show you the evidence that contradicts that the left hand contradicts. Oh, it was the right hand. It was Edgeworth's right hand on the gun.
Take that!
The evidence is clear. The man in this photograph is holding that pistol in his left hand. However, the prints on the murder weapon were from Edgeworth's right hand. Ergo, the man shooting the pistol in this photograph is not Mr. Edgeworth. Now that everyone in the courtroom has quieted down, I would like to reconvene this court of law. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. You have given us definitive proof today. We now know that it was not Mr. Edgeworth who fired that pistol that night. However, this leaves us with a rather large problem. If Mr. Edgeworth didn't do it, then who shot our victim? Precisely. As we have seen, there were no other people on the lake that night. Who but the defendant could have shot the victim? Larry? There is one explanation remaining. The man who shot the victim was none other than the victim himself. Larry Butts. So, you were saying that the victim committed suicide? Yes, Your Honor. I can think of no other explanation. Indeed, that does seem to be the only remaining option. I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright, but suicide is out of the question. What? An examination of the victim's wound reveals the distance at which he was shot. The distance? The victim was clearly shot from further than a meter away. How would anyone know that without that evidence being introduced? Nobody told me. There is no way it could have been suicide. Mr. Von Karma, are you sure about the accuracy of your data? Of course, I had already considered the possibility of suicide, you see. Oh, autopsy report updated. We didn't actually get anything about this autopsy until literally in the trial. I see. Very well. Allow me to state my opinion. Considering the situation, the shooter had to be the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth. However, the prints on the gun reveal that the shooter was not Mr. Edgeworth. This is a conundrum. Therefore, I would like to suspend proceedings for this trial for the day. The court orders the defense and the prosecution to further investigate this matter. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. That is all. This court is adjourned. All right. All right. Whew, that was a close one. Hey, don't you have anything to say? No, I have yet to be declared innocent, Mr. Wright. Well, yeah, but what happened out there on that lake anyway? If he didn't commit suicide, then who? The shooter was about a meter away, too. What? Don't give me that look. I did not kill him. I was just kidding around. Look, I'm going to go check on Maya. Oh. Right. What? Tell her something for me. What? Tell her to watch what she says in court. That's all. Yeah, you could have just said thanks, Edgy boy. I requisitioned a transcript of Lotta's entire testimony. It is quite intriguing. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure if the shooter had to be a meter away. Who else was in the boat? I don't know. And again, there were 2 shots. Where's the other shot? All right, well, class, for me, it is almost midnight. So we're going to move into our closing proceedings. We will save here. We'll move into our closing proceedings. Yes, indeed, Rao, he has upgraded to full tsundere. Well, class, we had a great evening tonight. Thank you so much for being here for our kickoff for Self-Care December. I think that went pretty great. I'm so glad that we got the chance to talk about sleep and sleep health. And yes, Noma, it is time for us to get sleep. Time for us to put into practice what we talked about. And that is your homework. To not just have listened to this little lesson, but to actually put it into practice. Do some of the things that we talked about. Get good sleep. Get better health out of that sleep. Next time, we will be reconvening on Tuesday. That will be our next stream, and it will be on breathing practices, I believe we have scheduled. This one went about 4.5 hours, so we had a great little mini marathon stream. I'm going to send you to another great streamer friend of ours. Hopefully someone will be getting to know more of. And remember, as I send you on this little field trip, to be good. Yes, indeed, Rao, stop playing Baldur's Gate until 4 a.m. And Noma, you'd considered adding the half-hour thing. Very good. That will definitely help set your brain primed to get to sleep. Have a little ritual before bed. Get a few things accomplished. Take your mind off of your screens. Get your eyes off of your screens. Get them into some darker mood lighting, I guess. Next time, we won't go quite as long so that we can have a little bit of a closure period where we talk more about what we learned. Because I want to review a little bit about what we talked about in this lesson and the next. But I am getting quite tired myself, so it is time for me to move on to sleep. If you are still going to be up watching, that's all right. I will send you on to Rosie Mallow. And remember, on this field trip, to be good, do good, and I will see you next Tuesday. This weekend, I will be in a conference or a convention. I will take some videos. We will share that. So, I'll see you next Tuesday. Be punctual, be on time. Ready? Class dismissed.
Yeah, we did it! Woohoo!